I mean, but you just heard you talk about how much you love the Rose Bowl. You just heard Coach Neuheisel talk. It's a dinosaur.
It is.
Yep.
It is. And that's sad because that is one game a year where it just seems like it's not about playing for a championship or making a playoff. It's just about winning the Rose Bowl.
Yep. Well,
I'll remember the Rose Bowl.
And win then.
All right, that's the show. Thank you to all the great sponsors here today. Thank you to everybody who has been with us over here for the last couple of days. And really hats off to Rockstar and Lunsford and Forrester and Taylor back in Birmingham who made today a really, really smooth transition from Monday to Tuesday. Hopefully it'll be the same Tuesday to Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day 3, and it's already been a fantastic morning with Sam Pittman on the podium. We'll get a little bit of him a little bit later on as we move throughout the SEC footprint this morning on the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown from high atop the College Football Hall of Fame overlooking the main arena where we saw Nick Saban in Alabama roll through yesterday. Brian Harsin in Auburn come in tomorrow. And a full day today, including the national champs. Kirby Smart is here today. So, too, is the fine folks from Kentucky and Mark Stoops and Billy Napier of Florida. So a little SEC East flavor in Arkansas who's making the rounds right now. It's been a fun time over here. As always, the entire coverage from Atlanta being presented by our friends at Precision Sports, at our friends at Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Guys, I guess first thing I'll ask you is the question I got last night at our pre-dinner drink that we had in the local bar here. I think it was the great Peter Burns who asked me, did you learn anything today? What did we learn yesterday in day 2? What are you looking forward to in day 3 today?
I don't know that I learned a whole lot.
I think that was my answer to Peter.
Yeah, maybe it was kind of like in school. Maybe I should have been paying more attention to that. I learned that Bryce Young is a cool customer. I think we saw that on the field, but when you deal with him in person, you just kind of, I don't know. I mean, you see a guy on the field and he strikes you as a cool customer. Sometimes maybe they're nervous. Sometimes they're maybe a deer in headlights. But you talk to a guy in person, I think you get a good feel for what he's really like. And he is a very cool customer.
You know, I was blown away with just how not relaxed he was, but over conversational, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
You know, not short answers.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, it was really a great conversation before and on the show.
And we love Josh Maxson a lot, but typically those guys are like, hey, look, limit your answers,
That's it. Don't
be
say anything
cliche.
crazy.
But I mean, that guy's just so relaxed and just, I mean, it was literally like a paragraph.
Yeah. No,
we never get.
Yeah, an impressive guy. I like Bryce Young. You can see why his teammates like him. You can see why he plays well on the field. He's just got a really good disposition.
Yep, he does. Our show today includes Wimp Sanderson. You'll hear from Kirby Smart at the top of the hour today. Later on, Jim Nagy will be with us from the Senior Bowl. He's here talking to every student athlete that rolls through here, a guy who understands talent, what it projects at the next level, and who will have a great season in college football. Billy Napier on the podium. Our friend Ian Fitzsimmons will stop by. Chris Doring will be here. Mark Stoops on the podium, and a lot more surprises throughout the show. But, the SEC is such a tight-knit family, has been for years and years, and we start with some sad news, the passing of a guy who is simply known as Mr. Auburn. Buddy Davidson passes away at 82. For those of you that may be a little younger or may not be close to the Auburn family, 700 consecutive games he went to. He started as a student manager in 1957 on Ralph Jordan's undefeated national championship team, and then went to every game home and away for Auburn for 6 decades.
That is amazing.
He rose from student manager to be sports information director. He was the guy who let David Housel, who would later become SID and then athletic director, volunteer and start to work in the sports information director's office. He became the assistant athletic director when was part of the hiring of Pat Dye at Auburn. And when Pat Dye got there, he sort of became Pat Dye's right-hand man, the guy who handled all the logistics behind the scenes of one of the great teams of the 80s. Auburn football was under Pat Dye, and he was a big part of that. He was the guy who handled the Heisman campaign for Pat Sullivan in 1971. That's what Buddy Davidson did there, and just a life dedicated to Auburn. He passes away at the age of 82. Our thoughts and prayers to his family, Patrick, and the family down in Auburn. But when you're ever close to Auburn athletics, you knew who Buddy Davidson was.
I mean, think about 700 consecutive games took you everywhere from the LA Coliseum for Auburn USC to the Carrier Dome for Auburn Syracuse.
That's right. And everywhere in between.
Yeah, everywhere in between. That's pretty crazy when you start to think how many games and how many places you went to.
Well, and you start to think about how much money was spent.
Oh, no doubt. No
I mean,
doubt.
seriously.
Yeah, but that is wild to think about. I went coast to coast with the Auburn Tigers if I'm Buddy Davidson. I mean, absolutely saw them play in every time zone. I mean, it's nuts to think about how many miles traveled, how many stadiums you saw. I mean, it was his passion. And Buddy, when that's a passion, you did it right.
Do you think if you asked him the best game he's ever seen was at Kick Six?
I don't know, man. He saw a lot of good Pat Dye era games. I mean, that Florida State game that was not televised down in Tallahassee, he would have been at that one.
He saw Pump Bama punt.
But yeah,
I mean, think about that. 2 top 10
yeah.
teams, and you're down. You've done nothing
You're
all
right.
day, and you
Yep.
win that game.
Great finish, not necessarily a great game, but a great
Yeah.
finish for Auburn.
He saw as a student, he saw the unbeaten 57 national championship team.
Yep.
Saw Cam Newton's season. He
Yeah.
saw it all.
He saw a lot of them. That
Yeah.
Kick Six is probably going to be pretty high up the list, would have been for him, but there's a lot it's got to beat out. Like, I don't even know.
Did you guys ever meet him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Over the
I
years.
was introduced to him one time. I mean, it was very much in passing. Like, hey, I want you to meet a guy that's seen more Auburn football than anybody alive. He was an extremely kind gentleman, but it was very much in passing.
Oh, I talked more with his son. I tweeted this out earlier. Most of the 90s, when I was at Jordan-Hare Stadium standing on the sidelines, I would stand by his son who would not only say great things about his dad, but would tell me stuff about Auburn and just share the Auburn experience. Just a great family. I think of 5 people when I think of Auburn athletics, Auburn football, and I'll throw our friend Charles Barkley, even though he played basketball, in there. But Buddy Davidson, David Housel, Charles Barkley, Bo Jackson, and Pat Dye. Those are the 5 people when I think of if there was a 5-headed Mount Rushmore of Auburn, those are the 5 people that are there for me.
Cam Newton's got to be on there.
I don't know what it is. He just isn't.
For me, I know what it is. He spent 1 year there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at guys that invested more time at Auburn than what. That's no knock on Cam.
That's
mean,
right.
He shouldn't have spent more than 1 year there. The guy needed to go to the NFL.
To me, Auburn is everything to those 5 people.
Yeah.
David Housel, Pat Dye,
I get
Buddy
that.
Davidson, Bo, and Charles. I mean,
Yeah.
those guys. I mean, we spent time with Charles last night. The guy's always working for Auburn.
No doubt.
Always working for
No
Auburn.
doubt. Yeah. I mean, we go into an establishment with Charles last night, and he introduces us to some people he knew as his friends from Alabama. And somebody said, "Oh, roll tide, guys." And Charles' reaction was priceless. Don't you ever say that.
So our thoughts and prayers to the Auburn family and specifically the Davidson family there. All right, we'll jump into what's going on here at SEC Media Days after LT tells us about one of our great sponsors, the folks at Bromberg's. If you're getting ready to pop the question, the place to go is Bromberg.
It is. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation, is a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Do you think it is a problem if you've got a guy that is scheduled to be at SEC Media Days tomorrow and he got arrested overnight for unlawful possession of a weapon, driving while intoxicated, and possession of marijuana?
Yeah, good.
Is it a coach?
No, it is not a coach. It's a reasonable question, but it is not a coach.
Good chance he will not be making the trip.
I'm going to say his name so Jim does not have to. Anaya Smith, who is a prominent Southeastern Conference player.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. One of the more talented all-purpose players in college athletics.
Yep.
And one of those guys, if Texas A&M were to shock the world and make it to Atlanta and play in the college football playoffs, that he could have enough wow plays to be in the Heisman conversation.
Well, the good news for A&M is you open with Sam Houston and then Appy State.
Those will be 2 suspension games,
Yep.
I would imagine, for Anaya.
I would agree. Be back for Miami.
Yep,
Miami
get back
in
for the
week
Miami
3.
game. But yeah, so Anaya Smith, who is a prominent Southeastern Conference receiver, as Jim said, I mean, certainly all SEC, all American type potential for that guy if they can get the quarterback position right. Was booked in Brazos County Jail. The records show, according to Justin Woodward and KAG5 News, or excuse me, KAGS News, unlawful carrying of a weapon, possession of marijuana, and DWI, arrested by campus police, A&M University Police.
That's the shocker right
Campus
there.
police popping him for that one, and he ends up in the slam overnight. And I would have to say A&M's probably going to be Jimbo Fisher plus 2 players, not 3 players tomorrow.
Do you guys, we love the big, first weekend games.
Yeah.
But do you think there's any coaches that schedule a Sam Houston State just knowing that somebody might be suspended?
Didn't Spurrier used to say that's why he did that?
Yes.
Or did Spurrier?
Spurrier said that's why Georgia did
That's
it.
why Georgia did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Or Florida
That's
State.
why Georgia, Florida State did it, so they could have the other guys suspended. I can't remember a time though when a guy was scheduled to be at media days the next day and got arrested the night before,
I cannot either.
or 2 nights before in this case.
Always a first.
Yeah, I mean, as the league expands, other things are going to happen. Yeah.
A couple of other notes happening. ACC Media Days kicking off today as well in Charlotte. Opposite of what we're doing here at SEC Media Days, much like Greg Sankey kicking things off here, Jim Phillips kicking things off at the ACC Media Days. 2 big comments from him today. First one is just nuts and bolts here. Jim Phillips said that he, quote, believes college football should be a full neighborhood and not just 2 or 3 gated communities, talking about the realignment and how things are going. I think you agree with that. You liked it the way it was. He's of course not wanting the ACC to get gobbled up. He wants it to stay a bigger footprint than just 2 or 3 big conferences.
I wonder how long he worked on that.
Yeah.
the analogy?
Yeah, it's a pretty good analogy,
neighborhood.
though. But I would say this. We've talked about Pac-12, Big 12. One of those 2 will no longer exist, more than likely the Pac-12. I think the ACC is pretty safe.
Yeah, until Big Ten and the SEC wants to pick them.
Yeah, Dunaway's right. They're safe because of the part of the country they're in. Like, if you wanted to do war, they've got the buffer zone. They've got the demilitarized zone between them and the Big 12, Pac-12. That's where the war is happening now, is the Big 12, Pac-12, right? That's where the invasions are. But the minute the SEC and the Big Ten say, all right, our turn, that's where the ACC is in the crosshairs.
So how quickly do you think programs would jump to the SEC from the ACC?
Or the Big Ten, either one, like this, as soon as they could.
Like North Carolina tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a money issue. That grant of rights to ESPN goes for another 13 years. So in other words, North Carolina has granted their media rights to the ACC, who in turn granted them to ESPN, and that's a 13-year deal. So there is going to be, there's going to be some money that's going to have to change hands. And I don't know really the financial status of all of these schools. Like, the way Rick Neuheisel described UCLA yesterday, basically they were having to borrow money from the school.
Yeah, they were floating loans.
Yeah, make monthly payments back to the school. I mean,
they were renting to own their equipment.
Yeah, I mean, how many
had a valet company charging UCLA to park on their own campus.
I know it's crazy, but I mean, how many schools are in that same situation that we don't even know about?
Yeah, really interesting. Okay, I want to another comment from Jim Phillips, and I feel like this was rehearsed, but he made it out like it was a Freudian slip. His quote, per James Crapia, I know where our 15 schools are. That was an error. Sorry about that. Talking about where they are when it comes to their commitment to the ACC. They have 14 and then a relationship with Notre Dame, 15. So he says, I know where our 15 schools are. That was an error. Sorry about that.
Oops.
That sounds intentional, like they are the ones that are we can expand if we want to.
Yeah, I think he almost wrote or had somebody write his stuff last night.
You think so?
Notre Dame is really the fascinating one. I still don't know if NBC is going to give them that $75 million that they're asking for. If I'm NBC, I probably pass on that. I just don't think you're going to get a return on investment. And if they do pass, does Notre Dame back down? Did they go from $75 million to $50 million?
I wonder where the ground floor is for them. To your point, right? Where is the least amount that Notre Dame would accept and stay with NBC? I think that is that's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if Notre Dame knows the answer to that right now. But you'd have to think 50 million. When you were what did you say yesterday? It was like 22 million.
It was they're at 22 million now.
I mean,
it worked out. The whole level of the deal was averaged out at 15 million a year, but some of it was backloaded. So it's 22 million right now. They want 75.
But I mean, you've got to remember $75 million is for 7 or 8 football games. I mean, that's the other side of that is you're not even getting, it's not like you're getting a full 12, 13 game schedule. You're getting 7 football games.
I mean, I've always heard their alumni is gigantic.
Yeah.
But how big can it really be?
I don't know. I mean, I pointed out the other day, if you look at the university endowment, it's second as far as big time college football playing schools, second only to Stanford. So they got a ton of money already. Now, how much are they willing to tap into that endowment to fund football? I don't know. This would prevent some of that. But you're right. The way you get that type of endowment is you've got, a wealthy alumni. I don't know how big their alumni is. Now, obviously, they pull from the Catholic Church. I think there are a lot of people that are interested in Notre Dame or Notre Dame fans because they're Catholic. But, how many fans they have nationwide? I don't know, because I think their enrollment's only like 8,500, isn't it? I mean, it's a pretty small enrollment, I think. Yeah.
Jim Phillips saying, I love our 15 schools. I'm confident in us staying together. We continue to remain close in Notre Dame. They know how we feel. They know we'd love to have them as a football member in our conference, but I also respect their independence. That from the ACC commissioner today, as they kick off their media days over in Charlotte. We're at SEC Media Days. Arkansas has the microphones right now. An interesting team that we'll talk a little bit about with Wimp Sanderson coming up on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, who have the best offer they've ever offered our next round listeners.
They do, Jim. And listen, like many of our sponsors here, it is family, right? They consider us family. They consider you family. We consider them family. And Wayne's is that way. And beginning right now, you can keep your home pest free and rodent free with Smart Pest. Here's how it works. Wayne's sets up rodent monitoring. As soon as it spots a rodent in your crawl space, in your attic, wherever the case might be, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's, and then Wayne's comes out and exterminates the situation. You don't have to do anything except call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Also, callwaynes.com is their website for more information. But when you call that number, 866-WAYNES-1, do not forget the code TNR for the next round. It is going to save you $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. As Jim said, one of the top offers that Wayne's has ever offered, and it is for a limited time. 866-WAYNES-1. Get that Smart Pest and get $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you use the code TNR for the next round.
Tank Bigsby has been named to the Doak Walker Award watch list. He'll be here tomorrow, part of the Auburn contingency, making their way over here to Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame. And that's where we sit today. Wimp Sanderson when we come back, and we'll talk a lot more football with Wimp and everyone else. Kirby Smart's the next guy on the main arena podium. He's at the top of the hour. You'll hear him live right here on the next round. Our SEC Media Day coverage being presented by our friends at Precision Sports, also by our friends at Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and of course, Dr. Pepper. Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round as we continue from SEC Media Days here at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta. One more note from the ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips. He's asked in his question and answer starting ACC Media Days on whether or not he thinks the grant of rights media deal will hold the conference together. His answer, I think it holds, but your guess is as good as mine.
That's very encouraging if I'm an ACC school.
The coverage here from SEC Media Days being presented by Precision Sports, our friends at Wayne's, Tommy James Law, the wonderful folks at Culver's, and, of course, the name you associate with the SEC, Dr. Pepper.
All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline now with Coach Wimp Sanderson, who joins us each week, courtesy of Crane Works. The rental works division there is with us now. Hello, Coach. How are you?
I'm fine. I know you guys are in a real hurry to get to Kirby. I know y'all excited about getting to a football game.
He's not till the top of the hour.
Top of the hour.
You're gonna get your
well,
second, I promise.
I bet I get 5 minutes today.
Depends on how entertaining it is.
Herbstreit has said that there will be 3 conferences. Now, if he says that, I could be right, wrong, or none of the above. I was looking at it. North Carolina, Clemson, Miami, and Florida State go to the SEC, and the Big Ten would take Notre Dame, Oregon, and Washington.
Yeah.
But that third group, I don't know what you're going to do with Oregon and Washington. Lance, Jim, one of them, I think, Brandon, whatever. I don't know what you do with them, but if those 3 were to go to the Big Ten, and then you took these 4 and put them to the SEC, your national champ, the third conference would be so weak that I don't know. Go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot there, Coach.
I don't want to talk realignment with you, Coach. I'd rather talk about football coming up this
Okay.
year. You got Alabama and Georgia, who played twice last year. Alabama won one, Georgia won the big one, the national championship. Is it hard for you to imagine anyone else in this league being back here in Atlanta for the SEC championship other than Alabama and Georgia? Can someone else
Probably
rock
not.
the boat and get here?
Yeah, probably not. The problem the expectations at Alabama. You can have a bad quarter. You can have a bad quarter, and everybody's mad. I mean, much less a bad game. I mean, you can't have anything. Bob Boyd told me one time, the coach of Southern Cal, said, "Wimp, it's all about expectations. You better make them realistic, or lower them a little bit," and that's what I tried to do. And I think the expectations for Alabama can't be lowered. They got a quarterback that's about as good on the field, off the field, as he is on the field. He's got plenty of sense, and he's got a lot of common sense, and he's one heck of a gifted player. The only difference for Alabama this year is maybe the wideouts might be untested.
Ultimately, who do you think has a better tenure at their current place? Brian Kelly at LSU or Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M?
Good grief from Gordo. I think both of them will stay forever.
Yeah, but I mean, who do you think ultimately has more success based on expectation?
I would say maybe, I know you want me to say Kelly, and so I will. I think Kelly might. Yeah. The expectations right now, y'all, are at A&M are out of sight because of what they signed. But the problem is these kids are young and not ready to play yet, and they're not going to be as effective as the A&M fan base thinks they should be.
Well, I think the expectations, and the coach Wimp Sanderson is with us. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, as always, presented by the Rental Works division of Craneworks. I think expectations are there because of how much they're paying, and I know coaches don't like to think of it that way, but that's just the way it works, Coach. Is if I'm paying you $9-10 million, I expect to win a national championship. And I know Dunaway's always told me you can't buy a national championship, and you can't. But if I try to, I expect to get one.
Well, we've got a complicated NIL, as I tried to tell y'all when it took place, in that we do not have a line drawn as to what is cheating and what is not cheating. So we're playing on both sides of the line. There's not a line drawn. And if there were a line drawn, they're not going to have anybody to talk to as a commissioner to go to that particular guy or that committee and get things straight when something goes wrong. And so we're sitting here with the commissioner's going to be 88 and out the gate, I guess. And I don't know what they're going to do there. And I don't know. We just really hadn't drawn the line, have we? Have we drawn a line to where we can figure out who's so-called cheating and who's not? I don't think so.
We don't. There's no enforcement of that at all. Wimp Sanderson with us on the Next Round SEC Media Day coverage from Atlanta. I want to ask you this. Nick Saban addressed this straight on yesterday. He challenged the media to question every coach who gets behind a microphone this week to how do they know he's retiring soon. Yeah. And he went on, a nice conversation about, he doesn't imagine what he would do after football. That, he doesn't know when he's retiring. How are they on the recruiting trail telling their recruits that Nick Saban's going to retire? What happens when a coach starts facing that on the recruiting trail? Is it a battle? Is it one that you can win?
You can refute it all the time. When I went into Holmes against Gene Bartow and Sonny Smith and these guys, I didn't say anything bad, but I didn't say anything good. If these college coaches that go in and go against Nick in Texas now that he's going to have a harder time getting players out of Texas, I think, because they got so much money, A&M and Texas both. They're going to use the age against you, and you've got to go in there and make fun of it. I guess so-and-so was in here last week and used age against me. I'm going to coach forever, something like that if you're on Nick Saban, because they try to find something that, I tried to find when I was recruiting Charles Barkley. I didn't think I was going to get him anyway because Bobby Lee hurt, but I tried to talk about the distance. That was a big deal for me when I tried to talk about the distance getting from Auburn Tuscaloosa from Alabama to Tuscaloosa. They know different things that you do if you're a good recruiter, and it's just going to be interesting to see what all they say about Coach. Not much they can say about him, but I guess retiring would be one of them.
The coach went real quick. I want to ask you something on that though, because you know Saban, and this is Coach Wimps Anderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. You've talked with Coach, and you know how coaches are driven. And this may be a complicated way to ask this, but I want to ask from what you know of Coach Saban on that topic. This is a guy that is not results oriented. He talks all about the process. And a lot of people say, "Oh, I think he'll win one more championship and then leave." But that's thinking results oriented, not process oriented. I've always thought, Coach, he'll know it's time to quit when he no longer enjoys going and recruiting a high school kid that he's scouted for 2 or 3 years, developing him at Alabama into an NFL player, and then sending him off to the NFL. The day he's like, man, I just don't want to do that anymore. That's the day he walks away. I've never thought it's about a game one or a championship one or whatever, you know.
Well, you make good points there. You make good points there. And the answer to the question is that he hates the process now. He hates the process, not of getting kids ready to play, but the process of getting kids to start with. Now, yesterday in his speech, he was downtrodden. He didn't do much. Now, he went around the places and laughed, but he was not downtrodden. But he wanted you to know the number of people that Alabama had gotten in the pros and those kinds of things to the prospects' mothers and daddies who were watching him. That was a recruiting ploy, the first few sentences. Then he wanted you to know, which was not exactly accurate, how much they had plenty of money and that they had players making over $1 million, all of them, all that thing, which is not correct. Their collectives probably is not what he wants it to be. I know it's not. It's not what he wants it to be. But when he got through with that, as a parent, listening to that, you know, boy, he does get a lot of guys to the pros, and they all graduate. And then at the end, you know, let me tell you something. Regardless, coaches, they make as much money in Alabama, although they're not rich. They get as much money at Alabama as they will at A&M. That's what he tried to leave with y'all yesterday, with us. And some people caught it and some didn't.
We're a little slow. We didn't catch it. Go ahead. You had something you want to talk about.
Well, y'all caught it. I mean.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I just saw as I was coming on the air, and of course I watched the British Open, and McIlroy could have won it. Smith kid played awfully well. That Henrik Stenson is dropping being the captain of a rider team to go to Saudi Arabia. And,
big money.
Yep.
Yeah. He's a good player and he's not a huge name. He's not somebody that they say, "Oh no, I want to watch him all." You know, he's not that, but he's a very good player. He uses 3-wood off tee, but he's a very good player. But to give up the Ryder Cup captainship, Lance, is that money?
Well, don't you think he did that? Or let me take that back. Don't you think Liv offered him that, where he would give up his captain for the headlines? I mean, Liv wants,
maybe so. Yeah.
Liv wants to make this bold statement they're taking everyone. And for somebody to no longer serve as the European captain at the Ryder Cup, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I think it is too. They're getting bits and pieces of Faraday's going over there. You know, they're getting bits and pieces of guys who we know because y'all keep up with it, and I do too. But John Q. Fan, you know, Faraday, he may be about, you know, hate that, but Stinson going over there, it really doesn't bother anybody that much. You know that what's his name is the captain. I can't even call the captain's name for the United States, but it's okay. Can't remember names.
But I mean, the big one's going to be if they can land Cam Smith. I mean, you have a guy that
they ain't gonna,
walks off the stage of winning the Open Championship.
They ain't gonna get Cam Smith.
I think so. I think they're coming after him hard.
Well, they told me on another radio show a month ago that they were getting Ricky Fowler. I said, you ain't getting no cotton picking Ricky Fowler. You know why? He's got too many cotton picking advertisements. He's going to lose all of his advertisements if he goes away. He ain't going to
But I'm just telling you, Cam Smith.
I think sooner or later these endorsement deals will come back. Kobe Bryant lost all his endorsement deals. They came back.
Oh, they did? You think they'll come back?
Stumped him. And that's the conversation. Yes.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch more media movement too. Charles Barkley said on our show recently that they've approached him and that he's going to meet with them. And it'll be interesting to see if they pull Barkley over and all.
I don't believe he'll go.
So, Wimp Sanderson, man, we appreciate the time. Good conversation as always. I love his insight.
I do. Coach, you're presented each week by our friends at the Rental Works division.
Yep, I'm presented by Crane Works, and the Rental Works is certainly a division of them. All the equipment you need for a DIY projects, from chainsaws, anything that you need. David Upton's done a great job there, and an expert team of salesmen and equipment operators to help you with your next project. So get on craneworks.com, and you'll see everything, and I'll talk to you guys next week. Thanks.
All right. Love you, Coach. Thank you for the time. The Coach Wimp Sanderson with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A lot of you guys reacting to Wimp in there, including Gary, who says, I think Patrick Reed already gets his clothing in the Live Pro Shop before the tournament begins.
I think there's going to be some big news in the next couple of days.
There's no doubt about that. I think that's a given on the media front and the player front. Yeah, but a lot of those guys, especially those European players, they were more aggressive on the shirt sponsors. Like Ian Poulter, he'd have each sleeve, a collar, chest sponsors, and most of those have disappeared. I mean, Wimp is not wrong about that, as the advertisers have stepped away while they kind of evaluate how this is being received. But to your point, we see this all the time. Somebody says something, everybody gets pissed about it. There's a huge firestorm, and all these advertisers cancel. And you know what they invariably do? And nobody ever notices this because we as Americans like to move on to the next big story. They sneak back in, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, didn't Joe's Crab Shack cancel their advertising with so-and-so? He's back on there doing commercials again.
Interesting pull there. Hey,
Joe's, or the other one real quick, Lance, is Joe's Crab Shack cancels on him and Red Lobster picks him up, right? Red Lobster lets it die down for a little bit. And then they're like, all right, let's step in and get him.
Do you agree the more you guys think about Enric Stinson, a guy that's won a major, but he's no longer a factor. But for them to go out and get the European captain, it makes a statement.
Yes, absolutely it does. I mean, this guy has got to give up what he called a dream come true, Jim, to be the Ryder Cup, European Ryder Cup team captain. A dream come true. He's got to give that up to go do this. That was worth a lot of money for the Live Tour just to get him to give that up, much less him playing in their tournaments, just to get him to give that up.
Our coverage continues from SEC Football Media Days here in Atlanta, being brought to you in part by our friends at Nut Dust.
Yeah, Nut Dust is back with us, which is awesome because it's like 95 degrees outside here.
Did you see London yesterday? London, for the first time in recorded history, 104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, welcome to our world.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go on the map, Brownie, that is Calgary.
Yeah,
that's where Calgary is on our map. You go around the globe. 104.
The big issue, though, I bet they don't have a ton of inside AC in
They
London.
don't. They couldn't run trains. It was affecting the trains. It was affecting the roads. They're not prepared for the heat. 104 degrees, extended heat wave over there. Forest fires, heat warnings all through Europe.
SAC index through the roof.
Oh, through the roof.
Hey, there is body powder, and then there is Nut Dust, all natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women. Born from necessity by two kilt-wearing Scots who know what's what when it comes to keeping your essentials clean and dry. Nut Dust keeps you dry when the SAC meter hits the heights in the summer. Go to officialnutdust.com to order today. Nut Dust in 2 great sizes, 4 handcrafted scents. Laddie is a manly scent. Wilding is that invigorating and fresh. Voyager for those that adventure, and Naked for those who are awesome. Make sure, again, it's no talc, it's no preservatives. Go to officialnutdust.com, put in TNR15 at checkout, 15% off your order. Again, TNR15 at checkout, 15% off your order, officialnutdust.com.
What's the TNR code again?
TNR15.
TNR15. You guys go rock that for us and let the Nut Dust folks know that we're ready to finish out the summer very comfortable. We'll need that nut dust for the opening of college football season. Some really big games in the heat index. Utah in the swamp against Florida. If you're going to that game, take the nut dust. And, of course, the 11 a.m. kick between Alabama and Texas out in Austin. That'll be a big one as well. Nut dust, the sack meter 9 today in Birmingham, 8 here in Atlanta, and an 11 in London if you're roasting the chestnuts over there. As Kerry points out, I saw that the London Fire Department had its busiest day since World War II. The bombing of London yesterday.
The bombing of London? Yes. Are you serious?
Yep.
Boy, I am so out of anything but what we're doing here.
Well, I mean, it's easy to just kind of get tunnel vision about here in Atlanta and not realize what else is going on. I will say one thing I am abundantly aware of from watching ESPN in my hotel room. They got a couple of heated elections here in the state of Georgia. And, buddy, they like to advertise those elections during sporting events on ESPN. Let me just tell you. And during Sports Center and during everything.
Good commercials?
They are they're political commercials. I wouldn't call them good. I don't think the candidates much care for one another, if that means anything to you.
All right, coming up straight ahead as our coverage continues from SEC Media Days 2022 over here in Atlanta. We will do our 40 and 40 team when we come back. Purdue in the next segment. Kirby Smart at the top of the hour. After that, some really bold predictions on where Georgia will lose their one game this year, including a growing perception that people think it could be to the Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, boy.
All of a sudden, Tennessee is the scary team for both Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, look out for the Vols.
We'll talk about that as we move throughout the day right here on the Next Round Live, being brought to you in part by our friends, Tommy James Law. He's bringing us the coverage over here.
Boy, he has. When you're choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Attorney Tommy James checks every one of those boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free. So if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call, 205-259-1725, or check him out at TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
Virtually sitting in my lap. We're back here in a second.
I told you.
It's not a bad thing.
He didn't make it through the first hour. I told him.
We've got a new prop.
No, we do. But Dunaway, as that was being set up, Dunaway said, Brown, it's not going to bother me today. I mean, we're not through the first hour.
Hey,
42 minutes into the show.
Our flip-flop girl is going the other way today.
I think,
for the time being.
I think
she's not on the air.
Did you bring one pair of shoes?
Holy crap at that painting. We got to send out a shot of that painting.
Okay, we'll do that too as we roll on here. I'm always amazed at the lack of awareness of people who do this. If I did that to them, it would be crazy.
Yeah.
I went over and stood that close. We're back in a moment on the Next Round live from Atlanta.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Vulcan Tyrant Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tyrant Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTyreandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back at SEC Media Days, where Kirby Smart is on the podium early right now. We'll catch up to Kirby coming up in a little bit as he makes his way around to the media room, and that's what we'll be talking to him or hearing from him at the top of the hour coming up here. The national championship winning coach Kirby Smart, who's part of our coverage right here at SEC Media Days, presented by Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. As always, even when we're not in Atlanta in the offseason, we do a 40 and 40 countdown voted on by you, the viewers of the next round. And the 60 or so of you that voted have done a fantastic job. And you've actually paired up two teams yesterday and today in an opening matchup in week number 1, Purdue and Penn State. So we're at number 27 today, Purdue, on our 40 and 40 countdown. That is being brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Yeah, remember Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the great taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. In fact, he had to give them away, wings and things, right there on the strip in Tuscaloosa. They are celebrating 40 years. Right now, that barbecue Yardbird, $7.99. You can get it. We all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited time inflation sucks menu, lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Number 27, the Purdue Boilermakers, and they are a team that could be dangerous in a division race this year in the Big Ten if they can find some replacements at the wide receiver position where they were very talented last year.
Yeah, Lance, between David Bell and Rondale Moore, it's become a sneaky, consistent position at Purdue, a big playmaker wide receiver. And I don't know if they can replace those guys.
Yeah, Jeff Brom has done a really good job.
Yes,
there.
yeah, it was one of the hottest names in college football not long
Yeah, I
ago.
mean, you go back, he started 7-6, got that extension 6-7. COVID was kind of a throwaway at 2-4, but last year 9-4, very impressive. 14 returning starters. Aiden O'Connell is one of the more underrated quarterbacks in all of football. And you're right, it does seem like they always find, whether it's Rondell Moore, David Bell, they always find a elite receiver.
And I think they can. This Penn State game, and we talked about it yesterday with Penn State playing Purdue. I think Purdue wins this game. It is absolutely a toss-up, though. That first Thursday night on Fox at 7:00. But that is that's a season setter for them, because if they can win that one, they can get a 4-0 start, and then you don't know what will happen with Purdue. But Penn State, Indiana State, at Syracuse, and FAU in the month of September. You win that Penn State game, you're probably 4-0 before you go to Minnesota.
Yeah, and that's going to be a difficult game. But outside of Minnesota, you go to Wisconsin. You avoid Ohio State. You avoid Michigan.
Yeah, not the worst schedule.
Yeah, so Purdue's got a very forgiving schedule this year.
And a surprisingly great linebacking core that could be a difference in that Penn State game that includes former Auburn linebacker O.C. Brothers, who is there in his second season. A much more talented defense than you would think from a Jeff Brom team there. So you look for a little growth at the receiver position, and maybe Purdue ends up being a dangerous team this year. They're number 27, just outside the top 25 in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years of great food and hospitality right here in the state of Alabama. The first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama. Stop in, try out that Inflation Sucks menu right now, the barbecue Yardbird. That is their special, only $7.99. We all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Get in for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Chris writes in, at Next Round Live, what business is in better shape 5 years from now, the PGA or NASCAR? Your answer first.
NASCAR ratings, I think, have ticked up a little bit. I don't know if it is maybe they're a little more appealing drivers, star power, whatever. I would say it's maybe getting back to its regional roots, but they just ran a race this year in the LA Coliseum, so I don't know if that's true.
Well, I think that's what is happening. They have changed so much of the schedule was the prototypical 1.5 mile track. You only had 4 super speedways. You had a Bristol that used to be dynamic, and then everything else seemed to be on the same track, no matter where you put it in the country. It was the same boring racing every week, week in and week out. They're getting away from that. They're racing on dirt some places. They're throwing in the LA Coliseum.
Yeah.
They're doing different road courses.
It's not really just regional. It's just more interesting tracks.
I think they are coming back regional, but they are doing things that draw people in a little bit more.
They're trying to attract marginal people, because you look, these are really niche demographics, both sports. When you look at golf, you look at NASCAR. The difference is NASCAR really doesn't have a competition.
No, they do not.
Now PGA does.
Yes, they do.
And Liv is coming on strong. So I would say that NASCAR, and this is crazy to say, but I think NASCAR's got more of a future in 5 years.
And a lot of people around the PGA and the PGA Tour are trying to diminish these. Well, it's a reduced field. They're only playing 54 holes. There's no cuts. You can't take it seriously. I'll just ask you this. If the PGA Tour had an event that included Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, Phil Mickelson, would they promote that as a good field?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, then. I mean, it's just weird how, because it is the Live Tour, they don't promote it. It's just they try to downplay it. But if those guys were in a PGA Tour field, they would say, hey, look at the field we got.
That would be on the billboards around town if Gene Hallman was promoting it for that town.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. It'd be like Phil, yeah.
Yeah. Phil, yeah.
Yeah.
If
Dustin in case. Or so, all those cool sayings that they do.
Dust in the field.
Yeah.
We ought to write those for Gino. For
Babbling Brooks, Koepka. All of those, right? Love those billboards.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who does do those billboards?
I don't know.
But Hallman's crew, man.
The Hallman's crew does it, but I think we just wrote some good ones if he could ever get those guys on the championship.
Was it hell yeah?
Hell yeah for Hell Irwin. Yeah. Of course, the money those dudes are making on the Live now, they'll never see the Champions Tour.
Yeah. Or a billboard, probably.
Or a billboard.
Hey, are we ever going to see New Eyes on one of those billboards?
Maybe so.
Yeah.
I mean, with the way the Champions Tour, the guys are not any longer going to go for the PGA Tour to the Champions Tour.
What would you do? Would you go Big Rick Energy?
I would go old school new Heisel. That's what I would do. That's what I would do.
Did you hear Lance? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Hey, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then Brown's going to show you a really cool painting that is behind the closed doors. I don't know if it's part of McElroy's podcast for ESPN or what.
We got a shot of it before they close the doors, though.
Yeah.
Scotty's got it.
But first, Nichols Outfitters.
Excuse me, Jim. Thank you. I was fired up about the painting.
Yeah, false start there, 5 yards.
That's on me. Nichols Outfitters has a new fishing department, and you're going to love it when you go see it. You won't recognize the place. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing. All you've been asking for in the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters in Pelham, just off I-65. I don't know who did this painting.
Show it to him, Forrester.
Scott's going to put it up. We don't know who to credit. I don't know who did it, but man, it is something. I wish there was a name of it. I didn't see a name on it. But for those of us listening that cannot see what Scott has, I have tweeted it out, and you can go back and check the video. It is Uga on his throne. Well, it's the human stuffed Uga on the throne with actual Uga in front of him, and a very royal family dog on the throne. It's something, man.
That's quite a description, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. You try it.
Dog serving dog.
Hey, will you
I
guys
love it.
agree though that Kirby looks like he's lost weight?
I haven't seen him in person. I got to look down there.
He's probably got Spanx on.
Wow.
He has trimmed up a little bit
Yeah,
since
yeah.
he played golf over in Birmingham.
Yeah. I think maybe he's cut down this summer. Maybe backed off on the carbs.
Yeah, game day shape.
Yep.
No more champagne, man. It's time to turn the page. It's probably what he said up there on the podium. We'll hear from Kirby when we come back, as the show is being brought to you from SEC Media Days, as always, by our friends at Precision Sports. Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. What Kirby Smart is telling everybody here, the champs are in the house when we come back on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of 5 from SEC Media Days in Atlanta, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Kirby Smart still addressing the main arena here. We'll hear from him when he moves to a video room in just a moment, and we'll carry that for you live as we hear from the national champs who's in town. But first, some headlines being brought to you from the SEC Media Days by our title sponsor, Precision Sports.
Hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A story Brown was telling us about earlier that's been all over the media last night and early to the morning. Texas A&M star, one of their most diverse players, runs into a little legal trouble last night.
Anaya Smith was arrested by Texas A&M police, charged with DWI, a weapons charge, a possession charge, and was booked into the Brazos County jail there. He was scheduled to be part of the Texas A&M travel party tomorrow here to SEC Media Days. I think one could assume that will not occur. But more important than that, he's also slated to be one of the top receivers in the Southeastern Conference. Anaya Smith's a good player. That would be, I don't anticipate he'd be out for the whole season. I'm not trying to say that, but if he missed an important game, that would be a big loss.
Yeah. I mean, you got A-Chain there, which is, a really, really good back. But Anaya Smith is a guy in space, one of the best players in the SEC.
Elsewhere, the passing of Mr. Auburn, Buddy Davidson. We started the show with that. Passes at the age of 82. He was a one-time student manager on Ralph Shook Jordan's 1957 national championship team, rose to be sports information director, assistant athletic director, was Pat Dye's right-hand man, attended 700 consecutive Auburn football games, and was part of the Pat Sullivan Heisman campaign. One of the reasons Pat Sullivan won the Heisman Trophy. Passes away at the age of 82. Our thoughts and condolences to Buddy Davidson's family and the Auburn family there. Nick Saban yesterday here making the challenge to the media here to start asking questions of the coaches who come here, saying, "Hey, how do you guys know Nick Saban's retiring? If I don't know, how do you guys know?" He's talking about how they're using that on the recruiting trail against him, something we talked to Wimp about earlier. Wimp says the only way you can combat it is to talk about coaching forever.
That's right. I mean, you just never give in. You never give in to the rumors. You never, you never say anything but, hey, I'm still going to be the head coach, and I'm going to be the head coach there forever. You know what? It's been interesting. And are you done with the headlines? I don't want to interrupt.
Just
the
real
headlines.
quickly,
Okay.
American League beats the National League 9 straight times. They've won the All-Star game. I think the Lock was a loser on that one last night. Yeah.
Double loser.
Double loser on that last night. And one other note, the New York Giants are going to use their they're not their throwback. Well, I guess they are throwback uniforms now, but they are back. Their main uniforms are technically their throwback uniforms to back in the 50s and 60s, but now they're going to wear their 80s and 90s uniforms, which I thought were horrendous.
Terrible.
They're going to wear them twice this upcoming season, but they're horrible uniforms.
That bold Giants with the underline across the helmet
Never
was
liked
awful.
It, but they won 2 Super Bowls in those, right?
Yeah, but they're throwbacks. Yeah, they did, but they won 2 Super Bowls with the throwbacks.
I know. But it's hard to just crumble up and throw away a uniform you won a Super Bowl with, or 2 Super Bowls with. Now,
as a kid,
trust me, the Miami Dolphins have done it, so apparently it's not too hard.
As big of a Rams fan as I was, I had some other jerseys. Randomly, I had a Harold Carmichael Eagles jersey.
Yeah. Was it the old school green and gray Eagles?
Yeah, it was.
Green and silver.
I had a Chris Collinsworth Bengals jersey.
Yeah.
But I did have a Lawrence Taylor old school Giants jersey.
I do think we could go through if the NFL would just let us do it. We could go by and pick everybody's all-time best uniforms, and that should be the ones they wear. It'd be so
it
so
really
easy.
is so
Just
easy.
let the fans do it.
It's so easy.
90% of the fan bases know what the best uniform is.
Exactly.
And
sometimes you don't know until you see it. I would have never known the Bucks uniform we've gone back to now was the best of all time, better even than the creamsicle.
See, I think the creamsicle's the best,
Yeah,
but I'm in the minority.
Only because it's so unique and such. That's your headlines. The show being brought to you in part by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a wonderful place to check out. Go to montevallo.edu. Wonderful class sizes, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio, 21 fully funded Division II NCAA sports. Great campus that is growing. Check it out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu.
From Kirby Smart on the podium, and I love how open these guys are talking about now. Like Nick Saban did it. Now Kirby Smart has done it about how many players they've got on NIL deals and how much those players are making. Nick Saban mentioned yesterday $3 million in NIL deals. 105 guys on roster, right? Is that the number normally, 105 guys?
About right. Yeah, 85 scholarships.
85 scholarships. Say 105 guys on roster. How many, Kirby said, how many have an NIL deal right now? How many do you think that is?
I'd say he said 85.
All the scholarship guys, basically?
Yep. I think everybody.
95 guys. And he
said 10 walk-ons.
Yeah. He said we had the highest paid defensive lineman in NIL with Jordan Davis. He says Brock Bowers has the highest paid NIL deal among tight ends, and he believes Keely Ringo leads the cornerbacks, CBs, in NIL money. It's just these coaches know how important this is to recruiting now. You would have thought maybe they were kind of hesitant to share this type of information because a lot of people think it's going to hurt the locker room because so-and-so's making this and so-and-so's not making this. These coaches are just openly talking about it now because they know recruits are paying attention.
Well, and Georgia got in front of it last year, and I forgot what that stupid online painting is. What is that thing called?
Oh, an NFT?
An NFT.
Stupid online painting.
Yeah, Lunsford's a big fan.
Lunsford's
yeah, the NFT, though, Georgia, they had a big push for that, and they were sharing proceeds with a lot of their athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what is happening is because of the way it has fallen, the coaches, you're getting a lot of Nick Saban, Kirby Smart piling on Jimbo Fisher before he gets here tomorrow.
You think so? Oh, well, now Jimbo's got something else he's got to answer about, but he'll have to answer those questions too, no doubt.
So Jimbo will have to come here and talk about the NIL and all of that. And when people are making promises that some may not be able to keep, I just wonder if Nick and Kirby are pointing towards the West in College Station, and Jimbo will get a chance to, almost have the mic last tomorrow. But I think that'll end up being a pretty interesting conversation. I thought this was an interesting note with Georgia being here today, the champs. This will be the 6th year of playing college football for Stetson Bennett.
You made an interesting point here.
Year 6. That is longer than some great NFL first-round draft picks over the history. That is longer than the NFL career of Johnny Manziel, longer than the NFL career of Ryan Leaf, Akili Smith, Jamarcus Russell, who none of them stayed in the league 6 years. And Stetson Bennett stayed in college football 6 years.
You know, the question would be, you think Stetson Bennett will ever get a look in the NFL?
Well, while we wait on Kirby to make it over to the stage we're going to take him at today, what does Stetson Bennett have to do to earn your respect?
I mean, he already has mine. This guy, to me, was the ultimate underdog. JT Daniels gets hurt. He comes in. He plays so well, JT can't get his job back. And there was something about the chemistry of that team. And Stetson made some big plays. And you guys pointed this out, I think it was last week. There were mistakes in that national championship game. They were able to overcome it.
Two quarters of them,
yeah,
maybe even 3/4 of them.
But to me, I mean, Stetson Bennett is one of these guys that the moment it never seems too big. And I think he's I'm not going to say a really good quarterback. I think he's a B- quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he ever shakes the game manager. You know, I'll compare him a little bit, and this is only in this aspect. You know, Jay Barker was a game manager, right? Jay was a handoff guy, and then Jay got with Homer Smith that last year in '94, and Jay became a really good quarterback. I mean, he was more than just a handoff guy. He had a really good season.
Really good.
He and Eric Zaire had a battle.
Yeah,
that would have stood up today in modern day football.
Yeah, so
I think Stetson could be that guy this year.
Yeah, that's the comparison I was going to make
with the right weapons.
Yeah, with the right weapons, and maybe a little more. The problem with Stetson Bennett.
Well, let me ask you, what separates Stetson Bennett from Greg McElroy? I mean, both of them did.
I think
McElroy made plays when he had to make plays. He just didn't make them all the time because he didn't have to.
I don't think there's much of a difference. I really don't.
But I think
and look, McElroy's a guy that started multiple games in the NFL.
Yeah, now McElroy falls into the same category kind of as Barker is. Greg was known as a game manager. That national championship game against Texas, they knew they could run the football, and Greg just kind of played that role. But then that 10 season, even though it was a very disappointing season for Alabama, McElroy had a tremendous year.
Yeah, but in the 9 SEC championship in 2009, he made tremendous throws, tremendous plays in that game.
He did, but then they went back to, just him handing off a lot against Texas when they knew they could run the football and play defense.
They don't win the Auburn game without Greg McElroy.
You're absolutely
and that
right.
drive right there. Tremendous drive from Greg McElroy.
But for the 10 season, in the 10 season, he had a tremendous full season. And I think Stetson Bennett could do that. I was about to say the problem with the situation at Georgia right now is that I'm sorry, I cannot not watch this. That reaction was tremendous. Did you get a no?
I think
Lance is invited guest on, and that one was a tremendous. All right, so
you have to get on a list for the SEC network, guys.
The look you got though is what was so funny. All right, so but the schedule Georgia plays doesn't necessarily force them to be a wide open offense. They can run and play defense.
They're going to lose a game.
Well, we'll get to that after Kirby, because I'm interested to see where you got the loss coming, because Jim declared that they weren't going to way earlier in the season.
Johnston RV brings us part of our coverage from over here. Coach Jim points out that McElroy had broken ribs in that Texas game. Great point. We always forget that the guy played hurt with ribs. That's why he didn't do much. Well, they didn't have to do much, but McElroy did play through the pain to go out there and help Alabama win the national championship. You can go watch the Tide on the road this year, or the Tigers, with our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Yeah, they've got two great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranties with RV Warranty Forever at Johnston RV Center. See more at johnstonrvcenter.com. John Lunsford back in the studio is going to walk us up to Kirby Smart now as we listen to the Georgia coach. Luntz.
All right, welcome back to Next Round Headquarters as we get ready for Kirby Smart. Thanks to all of our sponsors, Precision Sports, our title sponsor, Tommy James Law, Wayne's, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper as well. Kirby Smart speaking in the media room there in his second press conference. This is not the main room, but we're going to bring you live coverage now of Kirby Smart in the media room.
Stay between Matt and I, but he loves the game of football. Game of football has blessed he and his family tremendously. He'd be the first to tell you that. He is a family man, and the sacrifices that coaches make today. And look, I'm not whining and complaining. Don't think that I'm upset. I love my profession. I love what I do, and I do it every day
how do we
all
do
over
that?
again, being a high school coach if I could, because I love the profession.
Just like Lunsford
But
told
it's
us, right,
tough on the
because
time
he has to
demands.
transition back to
And,
us, right?
you know,
I
I
want
think he
water.
felt like there was some purity lost in the game because guys were playing not necessarily for the education or for each other, or they were playing, you know, for the NIL opportunity or maybe for the NFL. And it's tough sometimes as a coach when you find that and you're like, well, I'm away from my kids and I don't get an opportunity to be at their baseball games and grow and do the things they need to do. And he was very appreciative of the opportunity, the time spent. His family still lives in Athens, and I actually just had part of my summer vacation spent with his family. So we still have a great relationship, but I respect a person that's willing to make that kind of decision when they feel like it's right for their family.
To your right, coach, third row.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX and College Station. Coach, how do you keep that kind of hungry mentality and make sure that the team has that mentality when they're coming off the national championship?
Well, you don't change. You don't change who you are. You don't change the way you go about things. You know, there's no stone left unturned. When you're the leader of the organization, you're trying to always be relevant. You're trying to stay on top of things. You're trying to monitor things. You're looking for a better way to do things. You know, I was very fortunate to work for one of the best in the business at doing it after winning one. And a lot of those same habits we had already created. So the question and narrative is, you just won one, you know, how things change. Well, we had 5 straight years of finishing in the top 7. Those were pretty good years. We had to come back after those good years. We lost good players those years. So I'm looking at it as we're going to continue to do the same things we do, but how do we refine the process? How do we do the process better this time than we did last time? That's what we're trying to do.
To your left, coach, fourth row.
Jacob Goins, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. The Auburn and Georgia rivalry has become one of the best and always has been one of the best in college football. What do you expect to see from Brian Harsin and Auburn in year 2 and the matchup between you guys in week 6?
A lot of respect for Coach Harsin, a lot of respect for Auburn University. And it's probably where I grew up in Bainbridge was closer to there than anywhere other than maybe Florida State. So got a lot of respect for that rivalry game. It's one of the first games I remember going to as a child, being on the sideline and seeing Pat die before the game, before they played Georgia. It was cool for me growing up, a high school coach's son, because I got to go to both those games, home and away. So respect the rivalry, expect it to continue that way, and looking forward to an opportunity to play them, obviously at our place this year.
To your right, coach, second row.
Hey, Coach, Ben Bobick, Local 3 in Chattanooga. Last year, you said Ladd McConkey is the best thing about college football. What did you mean by that? And how have you seen him become a leader in your locker room and now that he's been there for a few years?
He loves the game. He has this passion for the game, and it's contagious. He was a kid that I watched 2 or 3 clips of, and then I saw a YouTube video. Then I saw him do a combine, and I was like, well, why are not more people recruiting him? Because he may be a little small. I don't know. He's really fast. He timed well. He loves the game. He's tough. Great basketball player. So we went and said, let's do the immeasurable thing. And let's see if we can offer him a scholarship to get him to come to Georgia. And he took it, and he practices every day as hard as he possibly can. He loves the game. He loves the University of Georgia, and he's what's right about the sport. Because for him to capitalize on NIL and opportunities, it's not really about that for him. It's about winning games for his brothers and fighting for his teammates. And I appreciate the way he plays the game.
On the aisle, fourth row.
Hey, Coach, Michael Giddens, War Report, Auburn. Can you talk about how challenging it is to have to play a good team twice in one season? And do you feel like maybe the SEC championship game loss provided a blueprint for you to game plan in the national title game against Alabama?
Well, I think it's really hard to play anybody twice, especially the team that won the first game, because just the mental part of, the human nature is to relax if you think you're better than somebody or you've beaten somebody. And the underdog opponent is always going to have some kind of competitive mental advantage if you allow them to. I think I told somebody we were maybe favored in every game last year. I don't know about the last game, but I know we were favored in almost every game. So psychologically, that can wear on you if you don't prepare the right way mentally. But I don't think having played that SEC game the first time gave us some blueprint for the second game. I mean, end of the day, the biggest difference was our ability to stop people on third down, because when you don't stop them on third down, you play too many snaps. And we played really well in the red area where we didn't do that well in the previous game.
To your right, Coach, third row.
Morning, Coach. Wes Blankenship on 3. When it comes to recruiting, is that something that came naturally to you early in your career, or did you have to learn from other coaches, refine that, and pick that up as you kept going further into your career? And if you can remember, how did your first attempt at recruiting a player go?
Man, going way back. I think you evolve as a recruiter, right? So you don't just stay the same. If you stay the same, you get passed by. So it's really cool when you think about I feel like I've been recruiting forever, and I'm 46. So my first job, I got cut by the Indianapolis Colts. I was recruiting for Georgia in 1999, I think it was, maybe 2000. I'm recruiting there, and I'm relatively young, and I was a different recruiter then than I am now. But my first recruiting story was probably at FSU. It was about a state we had to recruit kids, but it wasn't as high profile. You had to wait and see where kids went. But I was a GA at FSU, and a coach told me one time, he said, "You want to be considered for an assistant coach job? You want to be treated like an assistant coach? Dress, act, and recruit like one. And when you're a GA, nobody will treat you like a GA." He said, "They'll treat you like an assistant coach if you act, behave, and present yourself that way in everything you do, whether it's shaving before work, whether it's how you dress." And I thought, okay. So I approached it like I was an assistant coach. And I remember I recruited a kid out of Jacksonville, Florida. I think he played at Mandarin High School, but Tony Carter. I started recruiting him. I was allowed to go work camps. I went and worked at camp he was at. I got to be around him for 3 or 4 days. I got a really good relationship with him. I was a graduate assistant at FSU and I ended up signing him, and he was a top player in the country. And it let me know, it gave me the confidence that, you know what, I can go against these other coaches, even though I'm a graduate assistant. I think I've got a good bond with players. I played the position, and it was my first real recruiting battle. And he's now a coach, so he stays in touch. He comes and visited, and he played the NFL for about 10 years. But he's a great young man, and he's my first recruiting story.
Third row, and then pass your microphone one over. Okay.
Hey, Coach. Georgia Chambers, WFF 48 in Huntsville. Some players said that the team buy-in from last season set last season apart from others. Is there anything in particular that you credit this to?
Yeah, I've talked a little bit about it, about the skull sessions and the commitment we had to our kind of team DNA. So we spent a lot of time last off season coming off of the COVID season on bonding as a team. We sacrificed a lot of meeting time on football to say, you know what, let's just get in these groups and have these open sessions and have these hot mic sessions where you can come in and talk about anything you want to talk about and get to know somebody. And I don't know, the players really bought into it, and they don't do it unless you do. So we had, I don't know what you would call them, informational packets each week. The coaches had to present this material almost like a curriculum, like you're teaching a class. And I thought that the coach buy-in made the players buy in. Therefore, there was this really great connection that the players enjoyed being around. They embraced that. They thought that was a weapon, like a pass play.
We're going to stay on the third row.
Hey, Coach. Mary Alex Anders, WSWG. So even after the success Georgia had last year, how do you think that Stetson can grow as a quarterback going into the season?
Well, he can be a better leader. He can make more plays with his feet. And I think when you put someone in the role as the quarterback and they're the starter, they immediately get some credibility. He probably didn't have that credibility this time last year. He had not been put in that role. He's earned that role. He's earned the right to start. He's embraced it. He takes that responsibility head on, and he chose to come back, after winning a national championship, and said, I want to go do something special. I want to go play football. I want to enjoy the game. I think it's just kind of who he is. And the biggest thing he can do for us is make sure that he's throwing more touchdowns than he is interceptions. That's what I tell him all the time. Keep that touchdown to interception ratio the right way and make plays. He's got a lot of good players around him.
To your right, Coach, back row.
Hey, Coach Ryan Curley, Dog Post. Stetson being the starter, being the guy going into it this season, what are the biggest differences you've seen in his chemistry in the offense, and then just him in general with an offseason where he knows that he's the starter?
The biggest difference is his confidence. I never questioned his confidence, but the confidence in the players around him is much greater than previously. So it's hard to measure that in terms of numbers or statistics, but I expect him to have a really good year because he's got more players around him that believe in him and they've seen him do it.
We have time for 2 questions right here in the third row, and then we're going to come to the front.
Hey, Coach Smart, Alice Mastrangelo with WSB. We saw a really cool moment in the hallway between Nolan Smith and head coach Sam Pittman. They embraced each other. Nolan's like, "Can I hug you?" And they did. And they shared some words. What does it just say about the program, even after coaches move on, that they still have that special relationship with the guys?
Well, it's the bond of a coach. I felt that way when I left Alabama or left other places to go somewhere, and you see those guys. I still remember, the national championship game we lost, seeing Minka, who's a kid I recruited really hard, spent a lot of time with his family, and got to know them so well. And you see him grow and have success, and then all of a sudden you run into him and you're going against him. And it makes it a special bond, and just that's the kind of person that Sam is, and he commands respect from both sides of the ball. I mean, Sam Pittman didn't coach Nolan Smith. He went against him, but there's a bond there, and that's what's special about good people.
Final question, front row.
Hey, Coach Jacques Doucet from WAFB TV in Baton Rouge. I know you don't play LSU this year, but just as a prominent head coach and the national championship winning coach last year, what are your thoughts on Brian Kelly joining the league coming from Notre Dame?
Yeah, I had a chance to go against Brian when he was at Notre Dame 2 years there at Georgia, and respect the job he does. I think he's very thorough, very intelligent. He has a system that he believes in. He does a tremendous job with that. Very thorough. I mean, when we played them I was in Alabama, and we played them, Notre Dame, in the national championship down in Miami. I just thought it was incredible watching their season and the way he managed their team. Just from top down organizational management, I think he's really incredible. You think all the way back to the days, I think it was Grand Valley, when he was at Grand Valley State and I was at Valdosta State. He has won. He has a system that he believes in, and that's really more about how you get success. Do you believe in what you do? And he has a great system in that.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate your time.
That's Georgia coach Kirby Smart on the podium there for SEC Media Days. We are live in Atlanta. Culver's bringing you part of our coverage, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burgers. Stop by the Highway 150 at the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. Culver's, welcome to Delicious. Rockstar tells you what to watch when we return to Atlanta for SEC Media Days 2022 here on The Next Round.
On Twitter at RockstarBHM.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
SEC Media Day coverage being presented by Precision Sports, Wayne's Pest Control, Tommy James Law, the wonderful folks at Culver's, and of course, the name synonymous with the SEC, Dr. Pepper, and also the viewing menu every day at this time from Rockstar. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and don't forget that Crimson Connection print is out there. Excited to announce a very limited number of Bryce Young autographed 8x10 collegiate classic prints. Each is personally hand-signed by Bryce Young and Daniel Moore. Also numbered by the artist. Act quickly. Only a few available. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Something you don't interrupt me for that I watch every year for the speeches and the acceptance. 7 p.m. on ABC, the ESPYs. Do not bother me because I have to get my ESPYs in.
I had no idea. Did you guys?
Yeah, which award is most interesting to you tonight, Rockstar?
I just like this is a chance that when you win an award to say something political. You got to make a statement. And also on 8 p.m. on Bravo tonight.
Wait, real quick, Rocky. I think Bryce Young is nominated for one of these tonight.
Going to hit a long trip.
I wonder if he's there. I guess they already filmed it, right?
I don't know.
No, it's live.
Is it live?
Yeah.
You think he's there?
I don't know. What's he nominated for?
Male Athlete of the Year,
yeah.
College Male Athlete of the Year or something like that?
He is.
Yeah.
You
Which,
guys
I mean, if you've won the Heisman, you got a shot at winning that
I
one.
do think with this award show that they let you know if you're winning or not, whether or not to attend. They don't have a lot of, losers that are sitting in the audience.
Right.
Then 8 p.m. on Bravo, we've done it in Orange County. We've done it in New York, Atlanta, Miami, D.C., Beverly Hills, Potomac, New Jersey, Dallas, Salt Lake City. The Real Housewives. Where do you think they are now? We got a new addition.
Green Bay.
Providence.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
You go Green Bay, you go Providence. I'm going to say Real Housewives of Topeka, Kansas.
We're going to Dubai. The Real Housewives of Dubai.
Yeah, live tour, baby.
Never seen it. And then HBO, 8 p.m. on HDNet.
Well, wait a second.
Yeah, can they show their faces?
Yeah, Real Housewives. Can they even talk? Is it a site men speaking for them?
I guess you got to watch it.
What would Borat say about it?
Well, it goes God, then the man, then the horse, then the dog, and then a woman, and then the cockroaches. Finally, 8 p.m. on HDNet, you've got, what's her name? Helen Slater and Christian Slater, not related, but the legend of Billie Jean.
Love is a battlefield.
It is. Hey guys, can I tell you about my friend Adam Mestrate, MD Realty, real quick?
can,
I mean, I got to say this. I got to get it in. Of the almost 4,000 agents in Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is the third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls. Go ahead.
I just noticed this on the Doak Walker preseason watch list that Jahmyr Gibbs isn't on there.
He's not.
Yeah.
Well, now, don't they do like mid-season editions and stuff like that?
You can add on.
Yeah.
You know, these watch lists are always senseless because just because you're not on it doesn't mean you can't win the award.
Right.
But it's asinine to me that we get to this point right off the bat that Gibbs isn't going to be mentioned.
I mean,
there.
don't you think he ends up on the list? I mean, I expect that guy to have a tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, what would be interesting is you're not on this preseason list, but he could end up being a Heisman finalist.
Yeah, Tank Bigsby is on there from Auburn, as I said. 2 UAB running backs. You want to know how the Blazers' running attack is? You get Jermaine Brown and Dwayne McBride on the list from UAB.
I mean, this is no offense to UAB. Please don't take it as that. But 2 UAB guys are on the list, and the Alabama running back isn't.
Yeah, not there.
Like, I mean, wouldn't
and Kamani Vidal from Troy is on the list.
I mean, if you're building generally Alabama's pretty good at running back, right?
Yeah, I mean, you assume he's going to be the number one guy.
Yeah.
So that automatically puts him on this list.
I don't know how those lists work, but again, as you said, you can add mid-season. But that is weird that he was left off.
Yep. All right. So we heard from Kirby Smart there, and one thing that Kirby's been talking about, Nick's sort of message yesterday was we're open. We're okay with the NIL. We're the haves. Don't worry about Alabama in this new NIL world.
Alabama gonna be fine.
We're the haves. Kirby Smart, the defending national champion. His talking point is that Georgia is still the hunter. Even though we won the national championship, we're not letting complacency sit in our program. We're still the hunter. I think Kirby in Georgia has an advantage that Kirby didn't have when he was with Nick in Tuscaloosa, is that even though Georgia's the national champions, it is still perceived that Alabama is the best program in the conference. It's still perceived that Alabama, they're going to be number one.
Yep.
He's going to have all these legitimate things to make his team still hungry. He has a better chance of avoiding complacency at Georgia this year, a lesser battle than he had when he was an assistant at Alabama coming off a national championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be given all the tools to fight complacency if that's what he's got to fight. We just talked about a guy that led Georgia to a one-loss season and a national championship, and you literally asked the question, what will Stetson Bennett have to do to impress you?
That's right.
Or earn your respect, I think is actually how you said it. I mean, that guy, I think, probably plays with a chip on his shoulder already, but you wonder if that can translate to the rest of that team. If Kirby can almost convince this team they're an underdog again somehow.
I don't know if you can do it.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah. I mean, look, they have been dominant in the East.
Yeah.
And I know in 2020, Florida was there, but I mean, look, it's Kirby's division. They're the second best team, program right now in the SEC. They are your defending champions. So so maybe I walk that back a little bit because I don't think anybody considers Georgia the best program in this.
I mean, you literally just called
conference.
the defending national champions the second best program in the conference. That's kind of the point.
But I think everybody thinks that, right?
Yeah, that's my point. Is Alabama will start the year number one, so he's got that to fight against. And now you have this growing sense that Tennessee is on the rise, and people like Takeo Spikes, I believe, on the SEC Network said, and others have said, circle that Tennessee game. That's the one I think Georgia loses. Tennessee.
Well, I wanted you guys to share it with me because you both said you think Georgia could find a loss. I want you to find that loss for me. Now, the Tennessee game is interesting. It is a home game, but it is the week after the cocktail party. So
game for Georgia.
For Georgia, yes. But the week after the cocktail party, for whatever that's worth.
Well, let me bring this up. So Kirby's going into year 7, which is crazy to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of last year.
Approaching being the head coach of Georgia longer than the defensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
well, that's
which is
crazy.
nuts.
That also is crazy to think about.
So outside of last year where they lost one game and won a national championship, In his other 5 years, he's lost at least 2 games every year.
I mean, it's the same thing we say about Nick Saban, right? As great as he has been in Alabama, has been under him, they find a loss every year.
Yeah, but Nick Saban's
with a
had-
couple of exceptions.
He's had 2 undefeated national championship seasons. Georgia is yet to have that under Kirby Smart. So I think they find a loss. Oregon, I don't see that.
I was going to ask for a power ranking. Give me the Georgia loss power ranking. How would you rank the I guess from top to bottom, the most realistic losses, the top 3? Give me the top 3.
At Kentucky, at Mississippi State, and
in this order.
Yeah.
So at Kentucky, at Mississippi State, and
at South Carolina.
Tennessee did not make his top 3.
Tennessee didn't make your list.
Jim?
Tennessee is number 1. And then after that, it is nobody.
You don't even go at Kentucky or at Mississippi State? No.
Come on.
According to Lance, though, that's an interesting stretch of football for Georgia. Florida in the cocktail party, October 29th. The next week hosting Tennessee, a game you think they can lose. The next week at State, and then the next week at Kentucky. I mean, if you're right about that, what an interesting, a more interesting than normal stretch for the Georgia Bulldogs.
I'll just go stake on those 4 games. They lose one of them.
Which
bet to
4?
you.
Are you throwing Tennessee in there?
Yeah, Florida, Tennessee, at Mississippi State, and at Kentucky.
Yeah, but Tennessee's mine. Just go with your 3.
Tennessee's yours, but do you really think Tennessee's going to win that game in Athens?
I don't.
Okay.
But you were adamant that they were not one of your 3.
You're right, but I would just go back on that stretch of 4.
We've already got a stake bet on Georgia being undefeated in the regular season. So we've already got that stake.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I love it when it's news. We bet that? Okay.
We do. We've already got that stake.
Okay.
Bet. Yeah. Pretty sure.
I might knock you out with 1 stone on November 12th because Mississippi State, I got them plus 8.5.
Yeah. That is so strange that's the game you've circled for Georgia, is at State.
Tough game.
And you say that why?
Because I think Mississippi State's going to be good.
Okay.
Because he is drunk. He's drunk on that very rich ice cream they pull straight from the cows over in Starkville.
I've never had it.
What is it?
Is it that good?
It's unbelievable.
What's it called?
I don't know. I can't remember it, but it's always sitting for me in the press box.
Right.
I got 3 choices of flavors.
Yeah.
Always unique flavors swirled in there. And it's the creamiest ice cream of all time because they literally like the soft served it right out of the tit of the cow. Just
the teat.
The teat.
So the last time they played, though, it was a 1-possession game in Athens in 2020.
Can you imagine the cow?
By the way, when you use that word, 8 people turned around on radio.
Yeah, whoa.
Well, you used tit. I didn't use teeth.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Everybody
What are
went.
they talking
Everybody
about?
went.
Yes.
Are they here this morning?
Hey, it's not the most awkward look I've gotten today.
That is true.
I don't know how much of the camera is on that side.
0.
Of you.
Not enough to see what Lance, who Lance was talking to.
We
It
had
don't
1
look
or 2
like that.
people comment on the chat room.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely. All right. I'm checking real quick before we go to break. You tell us about gutter cap, LT, and then I'll make sure we got the stake bet here.
Hey, again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. One thing you don't want to do is get that ladder out. Call my buddy Chris Stewart, 823-2212, 45% off the retail price for the next round. Viewers and listeners, stay off the dangerous ladder forever. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Sandwiched in between these 2 stake bets. One, I've got Dan Mullen wins a playoff game before Urban wins a playoff game. That's been helped out by the fact that Urban has since lost his NFL coaching job. Dan also out of work, so neither one of them have a job right now. And we made the Georgia bet then. Georgia unbeaten 2022 regular season.
Okay.
So there's this stake bet. So that covers all those games.
Tripp says for what it's worth, he's seen Georgia minus 15.5 against Tennessee. That's a pretty big number there. That seems too big to me, frankly.
And the one we made right after the Georgia bet was Hugh Freeze wins a game as an SEC head coach before Malik Willis takes a playoff snap in the NFL.
Wow.
You've got Hugh Freeze.
I've got Hugh Freeze.
Okay.
You've got Malik Willis.
Good. Not coaching in the SEC, so
not yet, but
well,
Malik Willis is
not starting, not taking steps in the NFL.
Okay,
either.
so
he's only this much closer to the playoffs than you and me.
So do you think this is interesting? I have heard that Harsin is going to get fired unless he has a special season. You guys have probably heard the same thing.
Let's talk about more of that on the other side of this commercial break. We'll kick off of the 2022 season starts with us at Walk-Ons in Hoover, August 16th. Make plans to be there. August 16th, Walk-Ons Hoover. Circle and save the date. It's our kickoff 2022 party. Also, our first anniversary of the next round. Make plans to be there as our coverage of SEC Media Days continues. Presented by Precision Sports, Wayne's Pest Control, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tyrant Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Second half of the 4-day week now of SEC Media Days. We made the home stretch turn. Georgia, the champions, are here. We'll talk to one of the smartest men at SEC Media Days. Just walk by us. Jim Nagy will join us, part of the Senior Bowl down in Mobile. We'll talk some football with him, some X's and O's when he joins us at the top of the hour. Also, Billy Napier later on. We'll hear from our buddy Ian Fitzsimmons, an old roundtable guy, now an ESPN national voice, and Chris Doring later in the show. That's being brought to you in part over here at SEC Media Days by our friends at Wayne's.
You know, Wayne's has a great deal right now. They want you to take part in it. Wayne's is family to us, so they consider you family by extension, and you're going to benefit from that because at Wayne's right now, they've got that smart pest solution. What it does is sets up 24/7 rodent monitoring in your attics and in your crawl spaces. And the moment a rodent is detected, they proactively communicate to Wayne's. Those monitoring systems do. Wayne sends out an exterminator to end the situation there. You never get an infestation, and you don't have to do anything except call Wayne's 866 Wayne's 1 866 Wayne's and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round. When you call Wayne's, you're going to save $100 off that initial smart pest service from Wayne's. It's a limited time offer. 866 Wayne's 1 and the code TNR. Go ahead and sit down, Jim, if you want to. We can get to Jim early.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and talk to him now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, Kentucky players?
Okay.
Yeah, you're
absolutely.
good.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Not a problem.
Okay, no problem.
Not a problem. Jim Nagy pushing back.
Yeah. All right. So we'll do that in a little bit right there. LT had a thought. Tomorrow we'll be on an hour earlier. Remember, this for everyone back in the home base as well. An hour early tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time to cover Auburn here at SEC Media Days. Brian Harsin, Tank Bigsby, and the crew rolling through during the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll have live coverage, the bonus hour on the front end tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. here at the College Football Hall of Fame. LT had a thought about Brian Harsin before we went to break.
No, you know, I've heard, and not that this matters because we all hear rumors, but pretty good source. If Harsin doesn't have a, quote, special season, he is going to be out this year.
I wonder how you define special. I mean, what would you call a special
I think 8 wins is a special season.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds
Special
bad.
season.
I mean, the expectation is 6. If you went 8, I mean, to me, that's a big step in the right direction. He comes here, though, tomorrow for SEC Media Days with a little bit of an off-season cloud over him, right? So if I'm Brian Harsin and I show up tomorrow, if I am writing the playbook for Brian Harsin tomorrow, I get on that podium up there and I attack the thing everyone wants to talk about is you almost lost your job in the offseason. And I address it first. I get up on the podium and I say whatever I want to say about it, and I spin it as a positive. Like, you know, sometimes, you know, I wouldn't use this analogy, but you know how sometimes in relationships, if you have a bump in the road, you can come back stronger after the bump in the road. You sort of get everything out in the open, and you're bonded together by that maybe little break for a second, or the possibility of the breakup. And I think if I was Brian Harsin tomorrow, that's how I would attack SEC Media Days. I would get up there and say, what happened in the offseason, though it was a troubling time for me and my family, it's brought our players closer together. It's brought our coaching staff closer together. And it's brought the Auburn fans and me closer together. We've never been this close before. And we are stronger now. I've learned some things, and I think the fans have learned a little bit more about me, and I am stronger now, and this program is stronger now than it was before that happened.
Well, what's interesting is, are they? You know, I wonder internally if the players are buying into this.
I don't know about the players. I do think much in the same way the attempted coup on Tommy Tuberville swung fan support back to Tommy Tuberville, that the attempted coup on Brian Harsin swung some fan support back to Brian Harsin. I don't think Auburn fans were particularly pleased with year 1 under Brian Harsin, but I think they looked at it and said, even though I'm not pleased with it, that's no way to do it, right? You shouldn't do things this way. There are ways you treat people, especially when they're your head football coach, and that's not one of the ways.
Pull up last year's results. There's a couple of games that they could have gotten away with a W. and should have probably. The Alabama game being one of them. The Mississippi State game, right?
Well, I mean, they led that game big,
Yeah.
and just, Derek Mason never really figured out the adjustments. They just kept doing the same thing over and over again, and State just kept going up and down the field on them. So they should have won that game.
Yeah. I feel like if Bo Nix hadn't got hurt, we're talking about a 9-win Auburn team.
Yeah, let me give you. Well, that may be the case, but let me give you Auburn's losses, and you tell me if there was a chance. If you looked at that game and said, you know what, Auburn could have easily won that game.
Should have won.
At Penn State, 28-20. No, I wouldn't say should have.
Yeah.
Easily could have.
Could have. Yeah, it did seem like Penn State was the better team.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah, I think you go back to the start of the play call, the flea flicker to start the second half.
Yep.
If it works,
everything turned right there.
It's fantastic. Didn't work, and it sort of changed the momentum of the game.
No doubt. Georgia, 34-10. You weren't winning that game. Georgia, a much better football team. Now, I know there was a controversial call at the end of the first half, but that second half showed you how much better Georgia was.
Yeah.
Are you in it a little bit more without that controversial call? Yeah, maybe so. Georgia was going to win that game. 20-3 at Texas A&M. You were never in that game. A&M just was the much better team all day long. Auburn's offense was awful.
Yeah, the offense was terrible that day.
So that's, we haven't really found a good. All right, now State, 43-34, you lost that game. You're up big in the first half, and you just can't make second half adjustments. I say you should have won that game.
Should have won that game.
Yeah. At South Carolina, 21-17.
Should have won that game.
Should have won that game. Alabama, you lost in 4 overtimes. Could have, should have, however you want to put it.
Should have won that game.
I mean, that's a totally different season. If you just win the games you should win at the end.
Bowl game. Should have won that game.
Should have won the game against Houston. Now, you got to play the other side of it. Georgia State, they won that game. They could have easily lost that football game against Georgia State.
Should have lost.
Probably should have lost that football game. At LSU, 24-19, could have easily lost that game. At Arkansas, 38-23. You were the better team. So you can play both sides of that. If you want to play the should have won the game, but you got to look at the ones that could have easily lost too.
We did that yesterday with Alabama as well. The Shepherd writes in, I've yet to run into one Auburn person that's against Brian Harsin.
I don't know that against is a good way of putting it. I do think there are a lot that still question, can he get the job done long term there? And that's a fair question to ask.
I think it's great that Auburn fans are supporting their coach.
Yeah.
I think there still is a lot of doubt. When you look at playmakers, Tank Bigsby is a playmaker. But outside of that, and we know quarterback looks to be a problem right now.
Huge question mark. All right, we'll talk more Auburn tomorrow as well. Georgia is part of the group here today, along with Arkansas, Florida, and the Kentucky Wildcats at SEC Media Days, being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right, getting you in the place you need to be at this economic point in American history.
Yeah, inflation is out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent and turn to Mortgage Right. With a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts, Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Hour number 3 of 5 today. You can get by, open for lunch now, back in Alabama on Highway 119 in Alabaster, home of the state champions in high school football at Thompson. They go by there and eat up there a lot. You can eat like a champion, too, with those great chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and a whole lot more. Check out the full menu, champyschicken.com. Order ahead as well right there at champyschicken.com. Easy pickup on your way home from work, or if you're heading to the beach or back from the beach, right there off of I-65, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com, and they'll help you win that tailgate when we get there in 38 days, only 38 days to the start of the college football season. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, all here with you. And Laura Rutledge of the SEC Network is now up on the podium there, the main arena, as she is. I don't know if this is like round 2, and she's about to introduce the next draft pick. The commissioner has moved on. Oh, she's introducing Takeo Spikes to the Gather Media as the new host of the SEC Network there. It did look different to look down there and see Laura up there instead of the commissioner, Greg Sankey. congratulations to Takeo. You know, I remember when he committed to play at Auburn.
Wow.
And I did a story on him at NBC 13 back in the day. Just a dominant. You know, he had that Will Anderson mentality in every interview. You know, he was just a fierce competitor. And so far, every time I've seen him as an analyst, he has been tremendous at that. So look forward to seeing what the former Auburn star can do on the SEC network. All right, Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour. The headlines being brought to you by our friends right there at Hemphill. LT, tell us about the friends at Hemphill. You spent some time with them lately. Great folks.
They really are. They're awesome. Anything you need, like if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemphill on standby. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the only ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right, a couple of things that have happened thus far today. Kirby Smart was on the main arena stage earlier today talking about Georgia still being the hunted. He also had some great conversations about NIL as well, much like Nick Saban did yesterday. Later today, you'll get Billy Napier and Mark Stoops on that podium down there as we do day number 3 of SEC Media Days. So, Rockstar, if you can give me the cut that Forrester has ready for us. Let me give that one up right here. It's cut number 2, Kirby Smart talking about Stetson Bennett, one of the least respected good players in the country, something we talked about earlier. Here's Kirby Smart earlier today here at SEC Media Days talking about his quarterback, who is back, by the way, for his 6th college football season. Here's the head coach of the Champion Dogs.
You know, you're not going to hide behind your quarterback and win a national championship. You got to go let him play. Stetson's one of the least respected good players there is in this country. And guess what? We get to see it every day. The kid's a tremendous athlete. He's got a good arm strength. People just keep doubting him, and that's fine with me.
People just keep doubting, and that's fine with Kirby Smart there. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips says that he thinks his conference, 14, 15 teams, are still aligned and doing the right thing is about keeping the ACC together. That's something that he said as the ACC Media Days kicked off a little bit earlier today. Those are your headlines as we work from SEC Media Days over here. One of the questions, LT, that we wanted to bring up on this day with Georgia here is how much has Georgia closed the gap on the best programs in college football, the Alabamas, the Ohio States. I guess you could throw Clemson in there as well, whatever. How has Georgia closed the gap?
Well, let's just look at Alabama. So over the last 10 seasons, Alabama 74-8, Georgia 63-18. So Alabama, 10 plus games better. You look at the last 5 years, it drops down. It is 38-4 for Alabama, 36-7 for Georgia.
Gap closed.
If we go 3 years, last 3 years, 23-3 for Alabama, 22-3 for Georgia, virtually the same. And Georgia's got a national championship. Gap's closing.
Yeah. So does Alabama. But yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree the gap's closed. I think you look at recruiting and you tell it's closed a little bit there from when Kirby got there, to where it is now. He's certainly closed the gap in recruiting. I mean, it's almost always Georgia and Alabama battling for the top of the country and the top in the SEC, of course. So, I mean, that's where you close the gap, right, is in recruiting. That's the easiest, well, not the easiest place to close it, but it's what's going to close it the quickest is if you can close it in recruiting.
And the one thing is Kirby's had some great quarterback rooms.
Yep.
But he hasn't had dominant quarterbacks. And, you wonder if this trend is going to be like Nick Saban's trend. Nick Saban had good quarterbacks, not great quarterbacks, had great teams that still won championships, and then ultimately got great quarterbacks. And you wonder if that's the direction that Kirby is going.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing. His quarterback recruiting has been really, really interesting. He's done it well. He's recruited good quarterbacks, but, there has been a lot has been made of the choices he's made on the ones he actually plays.
Yeah, I think the perception would be so different with this program. I mean, obviously, we still consider them one of the top 2, 3, 4 programs in college football. But if Arch Manning was going to Georgia instead of Texas,
I think a lot of people, right or wrong, if Arch Manning had picked Georgia, I think people would look at the discussion we're having right here and saying, not necessarily the ships passing in the night, but 2 race cars.
Yep.
And Georgia has just pulled ahead a little bit.
Yes, but I think when it's all said and done, it'll be a blessing for Georgia and Kirby Smart that Arch Manning is not there.
Why so?
Well, if you believe Mike Farrell of Rivals and others, there is a chance that there may be that Arch Manning may be a little overhyped.
So
He may not be. He has said if his last name wasn't Manning, that I think he evaluated him as a 3-star,
right,
or barely a 4-star. And the one thing you don't want is to have that Manning name and everything that's going to come with Arch coming to your program when you've got all these great players. You're not desperate for a program changing quarterback. You have one of the best programs in the country. The thing that could become disruptive is if you have that circus come to town and he doesn't live up to expectations. I think in the long run, it'll be a blessing that he picked Texas and not
interesting
Georgia.
point. And how difficult would it be to not play Arch Manning?
Yeah, that's
Can you
exactly
imagine
right.
that if you had a better guy in there?
Well, I mean, at some point, you feel the necessity to get him on the field, right? I mean, even if you feel, it would be a tough spot to be in. And there are few coaches that could survive this. Like Steve Sarkisian, by the way, is not one of the coaches I'm about to say that could survive this. If you evaluate the quarterbacks and one of them's just that much better than Arch Manning, so you never put Manning on the field, I mean, Nick Saban could survive that. I think people would be like, man, I sure would like to see Arch Manning, but I won't trust Nick Saban. I think Kirby could survive that. I think Georgia fans are to the point with Kirby, they would be like, I'd like to see Manning, but I'm guessing Kirby's got the best one out here.
Yeah.
But there are not many coaches in America that could survive that. Most coaches in America, and Steve Sarkisian is one of those coaches, wherever Arch Manning went, even if he's not the best quarterback, I think they'll feel enough pressure to get him on the field. They'll have to get him out there somehow.
I think the wealthiest of people, they don't have to take risky moves with their money because they have money. They can do the slow build because they already have a bunch of money. That's what Georgia football is. They've already got all the money. And Arch Manning, I think, is a risky stock. And Texas is in a different situation. They don't have the wealth of Georgia. They have to take the risky gamble on Arch Manning.
It's interesting you think that.
Yeah.
I'm interested that you think that.
Well, and you're pointing out that Mike Farrell is the guy saying this, but we had Luke and Bill on the show, a month ago or so talking about Arch Manning, and I think I remember him. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, saying that Arch Manning physically is in a better spot than Eli or Peyton was at this time.
Yeah, I think the big concern with Arch Manning is the school where they have played, that Newman school, does not play a real high level of football.
But isn't that where Peyton played?
No, Peyton and Eli both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, everybody has come through there.
2 NFL Hall of Famers.
Yeah, everybody has come through there. But I think that's the concern, is you don't see them against the best of the best in Louisiana football every week. And it becomes a little more difficult maybe to evaluate him. And maybe having that last name gets you evaluated a little differently. All I would say is, and you love to play the game of, well, who did they pick him over? Arch Manning picked Texas, and Alabama was recruiting him hard, and Georgia was recruiting him hard.
Texas, Georgia, Alabama, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm not saying he's going to, I was repeating what Farrell
I
said,
know.
and David says Farrell's an idiot. There's a reason that Bama, Georgia, and Sark were recruiting him.
That's
Always
what I'm
look at the
saying.
schools recruiting players.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I understand that. And, I've always been the guy that said, don't look at the stars, look at who's recruiting.
Right.
That's always been my belief. I'm just saying the potential of him not meeting expectations, not winning the quarterback job, not being the guy, and having the Manning name and all the attention that will come with that is a risk. And it could end up being a blessing that he's not in Athens, Georgia, that he's in Austin, Texas, because you don't need that risky stock if you're the Georgia Bulldogs. He's got 2 other 5-star quarterbacks.
That's what I was going to say. It's not as if Kirby hasn't signed anybody else.
He's got 2 other 5-star quarterbacks and another one already committed.
Yeah.
Coming. I mean, he's got all the quarterbacks he needs.
I feel pretty confident Arch Manning's going to pan out. I really do.
Okay.
And, he could be the next Vince Young. And Vince Young, I mean, you could make an argument, made Mac Brown what he is. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, without that national championship.
And without Vince Young, I don't guess they win one.
Yeah. And he may end up being that. Georgia's not hurting for quarterbacks.
They are not.
And they've got all the talent at the other positions.
But they haven't had an elite quarterback yet.
They haven't. And the ones that they've had that ended up being elite, a lot of times some have ended up doing it in other places, like Justin Fields.
I thought Jake Fromm would be elite after watching him play early on. Never happened. JT Daniels had a potential.
They should have two national championships under their belt. if they'd coached better in the second half of 2017, they would have had a national championship then. And then this one this past year. So you don't have to have the best quarterback in the country to be the best team in the country.
No, I get it. And that's what I was pointing out, Nick Saban. And that was my whole point was Nick Saban. This was kind of the model before. He didn't have elite quarterbacks. They still won championships. Now he's got elite quarterbacks. And I just wonder when Georgia gets to that point.
Yeah, arguably the best quarterback in the country in 18 and 19, and they didn't win the national championship. Right? Didn't have the best quarterback in the country in 17, put him into the game in the second half of the national championship to win that national championship is what Alabama did. Had the best quarterback in 20, had the best quarterback in 2021, and now going to have the best quarterback arguably in 2022 along with C.J. Stroud. So there are different ways of doing it. I'm just saying you don't have to have Arch Manning, and it could end up being a blessing that he's in Austin and not in Athens. Georgia is the featured team here today with a couple of other teams from the East, and Florida and Kentucky still to come. Arkansas wrapped up their time earlier today. Part of our coverage being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing. If you're looking for a great way to get in shape during the rest of this summer before football season rolls around, let me tell you about something different right now. At Champions Boxing, you get a chance to use the sport of boxing to train both your mind and your body, mental and physical training, right there at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. You can call up Champions Boxing. Here's the number, 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176, or just Google the name, Champions Boxing. You can also check out their social media platform on the Facebook page and Instagram page, Champions Boxing AL. Not a fight club, it's a training club. You get tired of doing the same old thing in the gym with weights and treadmills and on the elliptical, or maybe at home when you're on your bike. Stay active and do something now that'll build your confidence. Ages 7 and up, special classes for women. It is Champions Boxing, Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. So Georgia's closed the gap in the SEC. They're the national champions, and they are here today talking about still being the hunted. When we come back, we've got trash, and also later we'll ask the question about legitimate Heisman Trophy winners. We're going to talk to Jim Nagy in a moment about just the talent, just at the quarterback position. Forget the rest of the positions in the SEC, just the quarterback position. You've got a couple of dark horses for the Heisman Trophy and the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. All that is still to come on a jam-packed final half of the show, all coming up right here from Atlanta as our SEC Media Day coverage is presented by Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, Our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper. Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car. That's okay. I need my keys, Little Sweet. Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
SEC Media Days continue from the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta, presented by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Later, we'll hear from Billy Napier and Mark Stoops and our old friends Ian Fitzsimmons and Chris Doring, who'll be on the show. But our Michelson look ahead right now is we're going to slide trash, our usual segment, to the next segment so we can talk a little football with our buddy from the Senior Bowl. But first, tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson, Laser Vision 969-8100. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I got the procedure done. 2015 vision. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy Toe. The next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform LASIK back in 1995. Call today, 969-8100, or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Nagy is the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl and longtime NFL scout, so he knows NFL talent when he sees it. He's with us now on the Johnston RV Center hotline. How are you, Jim?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me back on. This is awesome. It's good being up here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. And a lot of people would say, "Why is the Senior Bowl guy there?" And we were just talking about it. This is a great time for you to talk to all these guys that you would one day hope to have in your game.
Yeah, it's a little recruiting week, you know.
Yeah.
And again, I try not to hold them up too much, but just like to for them to put a name with a face and get our game out there. And hopefully by now, by the time they're seniors, they know about it. Hopefully they've had teammates playing the game and have heard good things. But it can't hurt getting in front of people. I'm a relationship guy, and it's always good to meet people face to face.
You were talking to the Kentucky guys. One of those guys, Will Levis, and you've heard the hype. Everybody's talking about Will Levis is going to be a top 10 selection in next year's draft. You know, when you watched him this past year, at least, you know, amateurs like us on the couch, you know, I don't know if we saw a franchise quarterback. I mean, why are people hyping up Will Levis?
Because that's what people do this time of year. Honestly, you look back a year ago, and not going to call out any outfit in particular, but I mean, there was one source that had Emory Jones from Florida as the 10th pick in last year's draft, and now he's not even at Florida; he's at Arizona State. A lot of guys had Sam Howell, who was in the Senior Bowl this past year, as a top 5 pick, and Sam ended up going in the 5th round.
Right.
So you just got to be really careful right now.
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler. And now he's at a new place. So yeah, that stuff's just dangerous. I think a lot of it's talking points. I like it drives the draft narrative. But again, I tell all these guys, that's one thing I do say when we get together. I tell them to ignore that stuff because it is dangerous. It is dangerous whether they're listening to it or families listening to it. There was actually a team in the SEC, and I won't name that team, but they had a number of players last year that were in a bunch of these mock first-round drafts. And you fast forward to April, all of them went later than expected. A couple of juniors that came out didn't even get drafted. And talking to a couple of coaches on the staff, they're like, yeah, they had bad summers. They had bad fall camps. They didn't play nearly up to their ability. And look what happened. So, and again, it's because they were reading that stuff. So it's dangerous. But it is entertainment. And a lot of people are talking about it.
Well, I'm fascinated, though, by some of the quarterbacks here not named Will Levis, KJ Jefferson, Hendon Hooker. There's some talent in this league at that position. Are they really good college players, or do you see some potential Senior Bowl quarterbacks who could also move on to be early draft picks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone wants to already anoint this class as better than last year. And, last year, Kenny Pickett was the only guy to go in the first round. And then you had Malik Willis go from Liberty, go to Tennessee in the 3rd, and Desmond Ridder went in the 3rd. I thought those guys were good players, but there wasn't a lot of depth. I'll just speak to right now, like on our board back in Mobile, we have a much bigger number of players in the middle rounds, like 4th, 5th, 6th round guys, and there's always a couple that ascend. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, whatever it was, when Joe Burrow came out, we had Joe in the borderline 3rd, 4th round. We had Mac Jones in the late 3rd round the summer before it. So guys will get better. There is a bigger group, there is a bigger pool there than there was in last year's class.
Jim Nagy is with us. He's the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, and it'll be here before you know it. I mean, it's in the football season. Go get some tickets. Go watch the game.
That's right.
Reese's Senior Bowl, seniorbowl.com. There was a time, and you were an NFL scout for what, 17, 18 years? Am I right about that?
18 years, yep.
Yeah, 18 years. There was a time, am I wrong, that Bryce Young would not have fit the mold for most NFL teams, that maybe he was just discounted from the very beginning? And now he's one of those guys, right or wrong, that's talked about being a top 5, top 10 NFL pick.
Yeah, there was absolutely that time. And I think we've all lowered the bar. I think Drew Brees started it. And I think Drew came in right at 6 foot. And then Russell Wilson was 5'10" and 5'8". He lowered it. Now we're down to Kyler Murray. I think Kyler came in at 5'10" even. So we still haven't had a 5'9" quarterback. But no, it wasn't. It used to be an issue. And I think the league is past that. I think when it comes to Bryce, where he will get picked apart a little bit, might not just be the height, it's just the overall frame size. Like, I was lucky enough to be with Russell Wilson in Seattle for 5 years. And although he was short, he wasn't a small person. He had he was really big in his lower half. He almost looked like a running back from the waist down. He had really disproportionately long arms, which helped his release point. He had huge hands for a guy that size. He had like over 10-inch hands for a guy that size. So he wasn't small, but no, I don't think Bryce, I think we're past the height thing, and that's good. That's good for Bryce.
Yeah, and Russell was one of those guys. I mean, just a great athlete. Drafted twice, Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Watching him from NC State to where he went at Wisconsin, it was really surprising. Was it because of his height that he fell to the 3rd round?
Yeah, it was a lot of that.
Did you scout him?
Yeah, I did. No, I scouted Russell. I was working for the Chiefs at the time, and I was doing the whole country. So I went in and saw him play a game in Madison that year for the Chiefs. And I remember we talked about it in draft meetings. Our college director, when we got done, everyone presented their case on Russell. And our college director, his name is Phil Emery. He went on to be the GM of the Chicago Bears shortly after that. And he said, guys, from what I'm hearing, we like everything about this guy except his height. Am I right on that? And we all just, yeah, basically that's it. I mean, there was hard to poke a hole in Russell Wilson's game other than the measuring stick.
Running back position, very strong in college football this year as you look across the country. We've obviously seen it change in the last few years in the National Football League where those players get drafted and everything.
Yeah.
How much value do you put on the running back position in your old scout days, moving out of college into the draft? Would you rather do that by free agency, or would you like doing that in the draft?
I'd like to draft him because right now you're getting him at a discount. And I'm coming from a couple organizations. I mean, New England, we always, even though we had Tom Brady, we still ran the ball quite a bit. In Seattle, we definitely ran the ball with Marshawn Lynch. So I'm still a big believer you have to run the football to win games. Seeing that in Tuscaloosa, I mean, that's still what they do, regardless of who's a quarterback. They run it well. So yeah, the league has changed. I mean, you're not seeing a guy carry the ball 25 times, and you're seeing a lot more guys that have to play on third down. I think that's what Brian Robinson proved last year in the Senior Bowl. Did a nice job in the pass game and blitz pickup, pass protection. So if you can't play on all three downs now in the NFL, it used to be, we used to call some guys first and second down running backs. There's no such thing as that anymore.
Jim Nagy is with us for a few more moments. Executive Director of the Reese's Senior Bowl is there, and you can follow Jim on Twitter, by the way, at Jim Nagy _SB, at Jim Nagy _SB. Is there a position that you would say is deeper than any other in the SEC this year?
Oh, in the SEC.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a good question. Defensive line. I mean, I think you can always start there. I mean, that's one position group every year in and year out where you look at a draft board and the bulk of the guys up top are from the SEC. So, I mean, it's just even in Tuscaloosa, they've got 3 seniors on the defensive front. Auburn's going to have, a couple guys here that are good players on the defensive front, Derek Hall. So, yeah, I think you can start there. Tennessee's got a good one. I looked at Byron Young the other night from Tennessee. He's talented. Always good guys up front.
I know it's funny. I know Daniel Jeremiah.
Good friend of mine.
He's a good friend of ours too.
Yep.
And I'll never forget one time he said, if you're a father of a kid growing up and he's got to choose between wide receiver and defensive back, push him to defensive back.
Make him a corner.
He said when the draft comes around, he goes, we got all kinds of tape on wide receivers. We're having to beat the bushes to find corners.
Absolutely. Yeah. The wide receivers kind of become a dime a dozen position. I hate to say that. I mean, when there's talented ones, they're worth going up to get. And I think we've seen over the last year or two, that position's being valued differently. The teams are really taking wideouts high, which didn't used to happen. But yeah, if I had a 6'1" wide receiver as a son right now, and I don't, I've got a 6 foot free safety as a son. But if he were athletic enough to play corner, I would be pushing him to play corner right now, no doubt.
99.9% of true freshmen aren't ready for the NFL. There's a reason these guys can't come out for 3 years. But Brock Bowers last year, would he have been a top 15 guy?
I mean, I stopped short of saying that, but he was really good. I mean, he's one of those guys that obviously we're watching tape of the seniors and the juniors that we know are going to graduate. Like last year, we had 12 juniors in the Senior Bowl. The year before, we had 16. But when guys are really talented, when you're not looking for them and they keep getting your attention, and Brock Bowers certainly was that guy. And I did see him. I went to the South Carolina game last year and saw him physically. He is not built like a freshman. I mean, that guy, body type wise, he looks like he could have played in the NFL.
Will you go to other media days, all of them?
No, just the SEC this year, just because my son is going to be a senior this fall. So I'm getting him, I got to take him to a couple camps up in Virginia. So I got to head home right after this. In a normal year. Yeah. In a normal year, we've sent some other people on the staff to Big 12s and ACCs. I've never made it up to Big 10s. I got to make it up to Big 10. So
Virginia could be an SEC state pretty soon. So good camp. Timmy writes in on Twitter, one of our viewers who saw your tweet yesterday. He says about Steen and Harrell, 2 of the transfers coming to Alabama. And he said you seemed pretty high on that. Talk about those 2 players, a receiver and an offensive lineman, 2 positions of need for Alabama.
Yeah, they did a really good job in the portal. We had 4 of the Alabama coaches down for our Senior Bowl Hall of Fame charity golf event. And just talking to those guys about the portal guys, they're really excited about the running back from Georgia Tech. But with these seniors, guys that are eligible for play for our game, Steen is a guy that's going to plug and play right away for them. He's a draftable level player. So to go out and get a guy from in your league that's a draftable offensive lineman, right now we've got him in the middle rounds. To me, he's a guy that projects at minimum as a swing tackle in the NFL that could play both sides. He did that at Vandy. So that was a nice get for them. I know that's probably the point where most Tide fans are a little worried about is up front. I mean, he's an answer. I mean, he's definitely an answer. And then the receiver, I mean, just 10-3, 700 meters out of high school. So he's a burner, and they need to replace Jameson Williams. So at minimum, he's a guy that's going to be able to stretch the field.
I don't want to put you on the spot because what Jim does obviously depends on guys being draft eligible. So you watch a lot of draft eligible guys. Tank Bigsby is not one of those guys, or hasn't been as you've watched him. Right. Have you had a chance to watch him on film? And they're talking about this year trying to get him the ball more in space and throwing him the football. which obviously NFL would love to see. What do you see when you watch Tank Bigsby for Auburn?
Yeah, that would help Tank. It really would. What you see is a violent runner, a downhill guy that lives up to his name, right?
Yeah.
He's hard to tackle. He runs behind his pads. He's a really physical guy, which the league wants. But yeah, to get him in space and get him the ball a little more and kind of take away some of the contact wouldn't be a bad thing for if this ends up being his last year at Auburn. It'd be good to like leave some tread on the tire for the NFL.
I'm going to throw a Zach Thomas reference because Brown's a big Miami Dolphin fan, but coming out of Texas Tech, the measurables weren't great, but he ended up being a great guy. I mean, just a great player.
Yeah.
Bumper Pool. I just saw him walk by. He seems like one of those guys always around the football.
Yep. Yeah. No, and I had a chance to meet Bumper earlier. Yeah, really instinctive football player. And I asked him, the decision to come back. I think he's going to be at least a 5th-year guy, maybe a 6th-year guy.
Yeah.
He just said, he's like, there's a lot of things in my game I felt like I needed to work on. And he said he really worked on his body this offseason. But yeah, good football player. I mean, and you can't discount those guys. At the end of the day, you want good football players, right? So,
I mean, that's the kind of guy that will make a roster.
Yeah. I mean, you want as big and fast a guy as you can find, and most athletic guy you can find, but they still have to be productive. And in Bumper Pool, really productive player.
We say this all the time when Jim is on and Phil Savage before Jim, when Phil would come on for us. There are a lot of events that bring our state some really good notoriety, and the Senior Bowl is one of those. The whole NFL just comes down there, and it makes our state look really, really good. So we encourage everyone to support it. SeniorBowl.com to get tickets for the Reese's Senior Bowl. I don't have the dates in front of me, but I bet you know it already.
It's Saturday, February 4th.
Okay.
Yeah, at Hancock Whitney Stadium at where South Alabama plays their games.
Which is a beautiful facility.
Beautiful new venue. Absolutely.
What is that, about 125 days?
Is that on the countdown on our website? That gets it. So I do.
I like the way he already knows that I've cheated.
Well,
is that on our website right now?
I do a weekly hit in the fall with Sirius Radio, the NFL Sirius Radio channel, and Jim Miller, who I do the show with every time. Jim Miller played in the Senior Bowl. Every time he goes straight to the website, he goes 125 days, 4 hours, 37 seconds. And I was like, it makes me break out in cold sweats. I'm like, Jim, stop doing that.
SeniorBowl.com to get the tickets when that rolls around in roughly 125 days. Jim, thank you so much for the time. Always good talking with you.
Yeah, thanks for promoting the game. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys.
Absolutely.
We love it. Change the city of Mobile. That place is growing, and the Senior Bowl is part of that, and just a different era down in Mobile, Alabama. So much so that Brown is sending his daughter to school in Mobile.
So is Lance.
Yeah, Lance is. Lance
goes in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, so we continue on. Trash coming up on the other side, and part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. Simpio can help your company when it comes to payroll, HR, or anything. Simpio's a great call.
Yeah, one of the first calls we made, if not the first call, was to our friends at Simpio. Blake and those guys, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. That being said, Simpio, 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467, or online for more information, Simpio.com.
Our buddy Scott Forrester, working on SEC Media Days from back in our Double Down Media studios, just sent out a great soundbite from Stetson Bennett. Go follow us at Next Round Live. Make that part of your follow for great college football. Stetson Bennett saying, I can look in the mirror. I wasn't going to get drafted high last year. That's why he came back to Georgia for another year. That's Stetson Bennett. Go hear that whole soundbite now for you on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. We're back in a moment with Trash from the SEC Media Days in Atlanta.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations: Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
What's the great gene in Mississippi? Blue Delta? What is it?
Delta Blue, I think.
Delta Blue, or whatever it is.
It's like a $400 pair of jeans.
Yeah, our man Cole was wearing some.
I saw that. Yes.
They wash themselves. If you get something on there, they jump off of you and wring themselves out and jump into the washer for you. The great genes. We're at SEC Media Days, and Auburn's here tomorrow. Today, Georgia has stolen the headlines. They've been the featured team as the national champions. But all you have to do is look on the SEC Media Guide for this SEC Media Days, and you see champions are part of this all the time. And currently running with the 19, 20, and 21 national champions, 3 in a row for the SEC. And they're the betting favorites to make it 4 national championships in a row, with Alabama likely to be the #1 team in the country when the polls come out in the second week of August, when the AP poll comes out. More on what's going on here after we do trash, which is brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Let's hit the big button, Rockstar. Literally like they soft served it right out of the tit of the couch. The teeth.
Can you imagine the cow?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
What a turnaround on that one.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen, and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Rate's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With the speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR. We start first in Providence. Police are investigating after a man robbed a strip club at gunpoint on Monday afternoon. Cadillac Lounge.
Everybody put your hands up. Now shake them.
Cadillac Lounge. Should we go to Magic City for dinner tonight?
That was a little giddy.
Wasn't it?
I mean, it's a weird place to hold up. You have to.
No, I would imagine. Yeah, a strip club is. Yeah.
Isn't it Magic City that's got the good wings? That who was the celebrity that was talking about them? Do you remember that?
The guy from The Office. He was in studio.
No.
Remember somebody was. It was during COVID, and they were out eating wings at a strip club, and somebody got upset with them.
Yeah, and just said, no, I just go there for the wings. I don't really go for the naked women dancing.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're holding up a strip club, I mean, at some point it's like, all right, you have anything else on you? Well, no, I'm totally naked.
I'm giving you everything I got.
You don't have a wallet? No, nothing.
Well, Cadillac Lounge manager Ed Amandi told 12 News he was preparing to open the strip club and was counting money in his office when the suspect walked in and pointed a gun at his head.
All singles, by the way.
Quote, at first I thought it was a joke. He said, "This is a robbery." I said, "What?" He said, "I'm going to rob the place." Monday said he had one of the club's 2 safes open and roughly $3,500 in his hand at the time, which the suspect took.
All
the man
ones.
then demanded, "Hey, wait." Amandi opened the other safe, which contained $22,000 in $1 bills.
No, it did not.
No, it did. He took all the ones. Quote, "I could hear him stacking them into the big bag he had. Obviously, he knew we had a lot of money in there. He loaded up the bag and said that's it. Don't turn around. I'm leaving." The man then left the club through the back door, hopped the fence, ran across nearby train tracks. Amande said the suspect knew the layout of the building, which included which safe had the most money inside. That's one of the reasons why he and owner Dick Shappy believe it may have been an inside job.
The guy that used to be on ESPN? No, that was Dick Shapp. This is Dick Shappy. Don't confuse the two.
This week on Reporters.
That's definitely an inside job.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I like that the guy I like the guy laid out his syllabus. I'm here to rob you.
It is a stripper's boyfriend or friend.
You think so?
Yep. We've got a 25-year-old Connecticut man on Saturday allegedly pulled out a gun on 2 women because they did not thank him for holding a door open for them, according to local police.
Reasonable reaction.
Law enforcement responded to Hamden Family Dollar Store at about 3:15 p.m. after receiving a report that a man was pointing a gun at 2 customers outside of the store. When officers arrived, the witness told police that the man, later identified as Joshua Murray, allegedly pointed the gun at the women for whom he held the door open. They told officers he allegedly grew irate after they did not say thank you. When police located Murray, they allegedly found a firearm on him, and when they arrested him, he allegedly interfered. However, nobody suffered any injuries. I will say they should have thanked him.
Well, I would agree with that. I think pulling the gun's a bit of an overreaction to that.
Yeah, I would agree. People were asked what modern-day trends they absolutely hate. Here are some of the best answers. Number 1, I think everybody agrees, cancel culture.
Yeah.
Talked about that last night.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's only a couple of people that are exempt from that.
And I'm not sure they are.
I think a couple of people probably are. I mean, I guess there's always a limit, right?
Yeah. I don't know these comedians, but there are 2 comedians that apparently thought they were and then like some comedy club. This is going to be a great story because I don't know any names or cities involved.
Rocky probably.
No, they're twins. Rocky, have you heard of these twin comedians? And they got somebody picketed around. I mean, they got upset about it, and the comedy club kicked them out or something.
I have not. I have no idea. I don't.
Male, female twins.
No, it's two males. They're brothers. I can't remember the names.
They're twins
But,
and they're brothers.
Well, Dunaway asked if they were male or female. I would say they're brothers. It's two guys, Jim, and they were going to do this comedy club skit. I don't even know what the objectionable content they had was, and the comedy club kicked them out.
So you know just a little bit more than Rockstar.
I think
And getting
everything,
to something.
everything in comedy should be fair game.
Well, and the comedy club basically said, or didn't say, they said in their statement, "We are a comedy club for all people." And I'm like, well, you can't say that because you just kicked two guys out. They're people. You can't say you're for all people and you don't let these guys do their bit, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
ridiculous.
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Again, people asked what modern day trends they absolutely hate. Cancel culture, all controls on cars being touchscreens.
I don't necessarily hate that.
Yeah,
Do you hate that?
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
It's the world I live in. When things go bad, I don't like it.
Yeah, but things go bad with knobs and dials too, you know?
They do. It's been a long time since I've been in a, pseudo humble brag, but it's been a long time since I've been in a vehicle that's more than 2 years old. So
it's a pseudo humble.
I had another.
Just don't get a lot of things that break on my car anymore. So the touchscreen works perfect for me.
I use way too many Ubers, but I was in one yesterday. It was a Tesla. That's the second Tesla Uber I've had.
Do you know the
or third?
It's very quiet drives. He goes,
but everything's touchscreen.
You know, I don't. This is the first car I've ever owned. The car I currently own is the first car I ever owned that does not have a CD player.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah,
I haven't had a car with a CD player in forever.
Either.
Really?
My last two trucks didn't even.
My last vehicle, the one I owned before this, was a 2018, and it had a CD player in it.
Well,
still.
you remember I had that Ram deal, and so I was getting a new truck every 4,500 miles.
But none of those had CD players in them.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's old Mark Stoops.
Yeah, I was talking to Nolan Smith,
Should
the
I ask
Georgia
him
linebacker.
why he covered against Georgia last year? So meaningless. Calling timeouts, final drive.
Bugged the heck out of you, didn't it?
He'll know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
he'll know what you're talking about. It was intentional.
He'll know.
Here's another
I
modern
heard a
day.
good Mark Stoops story yesterday.
Huh?
Heard a good Mark Stoops story yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dunaway, would you rather me grab an Uncrustable from that uncomfortable place or ask Mark Stoops point blank why he covered against Georgia?
I'd rather you ask Mark Stoops point blank. I mean, one is you just asking an interesting question. The other is you're stealing something from somebody else.
Not stealing. the SEC.
Is it yours?
It's the SEC.
Rockstar, you'll love this. The other day, Lance just appeared with a couple of drinks and 2 Uncrustables, right? And
3. It was one for all of us, right?
3. No, I didn't eat one.
Oh,
I did not steal.
Did you eat yours on the way?
So
I did, because I didn't know where it came from, Rockstar.
I didn't know where it came from. So the next day,
I didn't know I was dealing with Robin Hood.
Well, technically, is Roman Harper part of the SEC staff?
No, he's SEC network.
He's
Well,
SEC
he was
network.
eating in there.
Was he eating
That's
in
where he's getting his Pop-Tarts every morning.
Yeah. So Lance decides, you know how Rockstar, if you feed the stray dog, what happens?
He'll keep coming back.
It keeps coming back. So Lance found, the Uncrustables. So he goes in there the next day and it's bacon and eggs.
Yeah. No, it was breakfast potatoes.
Breakfast potatoes.
So instead of getting and bringing it up here, Rockstar, he sits down in
I
there.
was
And he's
tired.
so comfortable now that he's
Wow.
sitting in a room that is unmarked
Yeah.
that ends up being for SEC employees only.
That's right.
Oh, I got accosted, Rocky.
Of which
It was
Lance,
so uncomfortable.
Of which Lance is not one, by the way.
Yeah. And so,
But I almost said something back, but I was very reserved.
thank God.
It's probably good I didn't, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
So earlier you weren't here. He was like, "Hey, I'm going to go back in there and get us some Uncrustables. You want one?" And I said, "No, don't go back in there.
Jimmy Rule follower.
They're
does
not
want one.
ours."
That's right.
Yeah.
Royalty.
I'm hungry.
Little Robin Hood going to steal from the rich SEC and
I
give
will
to the
say,
poor.
when Billy Napier takes that podium, I'm getting an Uncrustable. Here are other things that modern day trends that people absolutely hate. Modern news turning into talk shows. Give me an example of this.
Well, no, everything's a talk show now. I don't watch, the news networks anymore.
Everything
I did watch,
usually at after 6 p.m. is CNN, MSNBC, Fox News.
Yeah.
Everything is an opinion talk show.
like
about
you can
news.
still get local news, like Fox 6, 13, CBS 42, 3340. They all still do the local news, But like if you want national news, Rockstar's right after 6 o'clock. There's nowhere you can go. Everything's a talk show.
That's right. But there was a time in America where the nightly news was at 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, and that was the last time you got news.
Oh, that's
until
true.
the
That's a
next
good point.
day either.
Hey,
Yeah.
here's an interesting test. Can you name the news anchor on the 3 major networks right now? That used to be. Do you remember how big a job that used to be?
Yeah,
Like
you
Tom
mean,
Brokaw,
like it used to be
Peter
Brokaw,
Jennings,
yeah.
and Dan Rather.
Now it is Lester Holt on NBC, I think.
Okay, I did not know that. I don't think you're right.
I think I'm right.
Okay. Rockstar, do you know these answers?
The guy on ABC is Muir Noir or something like that.
Is Scott Pelley still doing it on CBS?
No.
Man, I got no idea.
Dunaway just named a bottle of wine.
Hey, gun to head, I couldn't get one.
Yeah. And
I couldn't get one in Birmingham.
CBS, I have no clue, but I could pick out a picture of I think it's Lester on NBC, and I could pick out a picture of the guy on ABC.
You know Hardison on Fox 6. He listens to the show.
Yeah.
Lance.
Is Brittany Decker? Is she one?
Yep, on NBC 13. I don't know which. It seems like they rotate her around.
Team Germany, by the way.
Yeah, she was in the Beer Olympics, wasn't she?
She was.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about Lester Holt. Good call on that one.
Yep.
David Muir. Hardison says, Fox 6's Jonathan Hardison says David Muir is who you're thinking of. What'd you call him?
Muir Noir.
Muir Noir.
But hey, that's close.
Well, who is the CBS though? I wonder.
No clue. No clue.
Oh, well, Hardison's telling me right here. Nora O'Donnell.
Oh, good
How
for
about
Nora.
that? Nora O'Donnell.
I've never heard of any of these people.
Yeah.
Is female main anchor.
Oh, that's a chick?
Yeah, Nora.
Nora? You don't know that that's a female?
I thought it was Nora.
Oh, Nora.
Yeah,
My
okay.
apologies.
Yeah. No, she's very talented.
Does she have big, puffy, fake lips? Because that's another thing that a trend that people
No.
absolutely hate. People filming concerts with their cell phones. That is nonstop.
It is nonstop. Like at the Garth Brooks show.
Did you do it?
I did not. Did not
you
film
do it,
one
Dunaway?
song.
Oh, yeah.
Lance. I mean, seriously, did you just ask that question?
Which song do you want? Do you want to see Garth sing Calling Baton Rouge?
No, I really don't.
Do you want to see him singing Sweet Home Alabama and the crowd going, Roll Tide? Or do you want to see me trying to start after Calling Baton Rouge, me trying to start the crowd going, I started going, SEC, because it was an LSU song. SEC. Not one person joined in. Not one person.
Super awkward.
Wow. Is that when Maggie walked away?
Go get another beer.
She wasn't sitting with me.
Here's the final modern day trend that everybody hates. Every online account wanting your phone number, email, gender, full name,
Awful.
address, marital status, etc.
You did that with apps too, except for one. The only app in America where you don't have to sign up for it. It's the Next Round app.
Really?
Yep.
Finally,
Unless we've changed that.
myths about diet, exercise, and sleep. Myth
All right.
number one:
Uh-huh.
it's okay to take your smartphone to bed.
I
That is
sleep
not
with
true.
mine next to the bed.
Yeah, research has linked nighttime overuse of smartphones to trouble falling asleep, reduce sleep duration, and daytime tiredness. Number two myth.
Oh, real quickly on smartphones. Yesterday we were told by one person who's a regular person on our show as a guest, national voice of college football, that he never pulls out his smartphone in a restroom.
Yep. Stays in his pocket. Doesn't want the pee splatter on it.
Doesn't want any of the
the
dirt of the bathroom.
That's right. Never pulls his phone out in the bathroom.
Who do you think it is?
Well, I know the two people that you guys were having drinks with. I would say it is the bigger of the two.
It was. That's okay to say his name.
Yeah. No, I would say his name.
Marty
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah.
It's Marty Smith.
Yeah,
Really?
Marty Smith says never pulls the phone out.
Yep.
Wait, this is a guy that showered at Talladega.
I assumed he has had a shower in Talladega.
No, he talked about the weirdest thing he saw was somebody had number 3 on their ass when he was taking a shower at Talladega.
That is
so
true,
he
yep.
will shower at Talladega, but he won't pull his smartphone out in the pisser.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Told a great story about a Hall of Famer. I won't say what sport.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah. That the guy in the bathroom, Marty was washing his hands and.
No, that's somebody else told that story. You're confusing people.
Am I?
Yeah.
I thought Marty told that story.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Number 2 myth.
Yeah.
Hitting the snooze button helps you get more sleep.
It's not as good then.
Do you guys hit the snooze button? I never do.
Never. Not one time. My wife loves the snooze button. Never.
Oh, I can show you my phone, but I won't. But my alarms are set. Like today, I was waking up at 7 Eastern. 7, 7:10, 7:20. I set
Just get up.
15 alarms.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. As morning approaches, your body is naturally nearing the end of its last rapid eye movement or dream cycle. You hit that snooze button,
Your brain falls right back into a new dream cycle, experts say. When the alarm goes off a few minutes later, you're likely to be in the middle of that cycle. Wake up groggy, you're going to stay groggy longer.
That's not healthy.
Yep. I like the extra dreams, though. It's like a bonus episode. It's
Myth-
like a Marvel movie at the end. I get a little clip. You got to stay around for.
Myth number 3, you can lose belly fat with crunches. In reality, exercise burns fat all over the body, not just the body part your workout targets. You can exercise to increase the strength of muscle, but you can't spot reduce to remove fat.
Yep.
And our
living proof.
Final myth, it's best to stay in bed with eyes closed when you can't sleep. Staying in bed more than 20 minutes if you can't sleep is one of the worst things you can do, according to sleep experts, because it trains your brain to associate the bed with lack of sleep. Doing so can lead to chronic insomnia. I think this has happened to me.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, look, inflation is high. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they know that. Right now, though, it seems like everywhere we turn, there's concern over these rising costs, gas prices, and now there's even talk of a recession. Go online. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit them, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Florida Gator football, Billy Napier at the podium when we come back. Then Ian Fitzsimmons, 2 more hours to go. Bonus hour at the end today, all right here on The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
SEC Media Day 2022 coverage presented by our title sponsors Precision Sports, Wayne's Pest Control, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Hour number 4 of 5 as we broadcast live from the College Football Hall of Fame. Floor number 2 overlooking the main arena where Billy Napier is taking the podium and is about to start answering questions from the gathered media here. But first, our headlines that are brought to you by LT's Hair Doctor, Dr. B.
Yes, with age, for most comes hair loss. Unfortunately, it happened to me this past year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you got to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein, we had that virtual meeting. We went over the options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness of health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next couple of months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell Dr. Beckenstein that the next round sent you.
A couple of other media days underway, along with the SEC Media Days. The ACC Media Day starts. Jim Phillips, their commissioner, talking about the league and how he feels like his 14 full members and Notre Dame are all united in one, and that he feels good about where the conference is right now. That from earlier today. The Mountain West media poll is out. Alabama's opening opponent, Utah State, gets 3 first-place votes, picked to finish 3rd in the Mountain Division, behind Boise State, who is 1st, and Air Force, who is 2nd. West Division is Fresno State. Boise State and Fresno projected to play for the championship there in the Mountain West Conference. Their media day is ongoing. Georgia's Kirby Smart talking earlier today about positive NIL for the Georgia Bulldog roster. Stetson Bennett, how he's comfortable with him back at quarterback, and how Georgia is still the hunted after coming off their national championship. Go to our Twitter feed at Next Round Live to see Kirby's comments from earlier in the day. Tank Bigsby of Auburn, also Jermaine Brown and Dwayne McBride of UAB, and Kamani Vidal of Troy, all named to the Doak Walker watch list of the nation's best running back. Missing from that list is Jahmyr Gibbs, everything for Alabama, the transfer from Georgia Tech. And those are your headlines this hour. And we're going to head down and listen to Billy Napier, head coach of Florida, before we bring him in as he's doing his opening statement, guys, and we get some questions with the head coach of the Florida Gators. Expectations for you first, Lance, of Billy Napier in Florida in year 1.
I just don't know how good Anthony Richardson's going to be. If Richardson is good as Build, I think they could win 7 or 8 games. They've got talent. This is a team that's just 2 years removed from being one of the top 4 or 5 teams in college football.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like are you talking about expectations this year or overall? I feel like this year,
right now,
something along the lines of a 7-win season. That's kind of what I feel like out of the Florida Gators this year.
Yeah, and Billy Napier takes over a program where he's really changing the culture of the way it was in Gainesville under Dan Mullen, and he's got a little bit of that a cross between Dabo Swinney and Nick Saban. So it'll be interesting to listen into Billy Napier, which we'll do right now as part of our coverage here from SEC Media Days. The Florida head coach at the podium wrapping up his opening statement.
They not only contribute on the field, but they've done a great job off the field as well. You know, this 2022 team that we have is a new team. It's a new year. It's a new set of challenges and opportunities. You know, I think each year and each team is its own entity. I think you got to start over every year. You know, this is a first-year staff at a new place with a new roster. You know, we've got a lot of players and a lot of staff that are learning our way, right? A lot of new roles. You know, there's lots of roles to be determined on our team. We've got a core group of veteran players. We have a big portion of our team we think has ability but is inexperienced and needs to develop. And then we've brought in some young talent, high school, JUCO, and transfer players, about 34 new players overall. You know, I like this group. I think they've got a chip on their shoulder. They're excited about the opportunity to earn some respect. You know, reality is in college football, 25 to 30% every year you're going to have attrition. And you're always a work in progress, whether it's year 1 or it's year 10. You know, I've been very pleased with the offseason. You know, each phase, it's the first time we've done it at a new place with a new group of people, and we're learning together. We're currently finishing up week 8 of a 9-week program in the summer. It's important that we finish strong, and that's the focus. We want to try to create momentum for training camp. You know, this group has embraced the work. You know, I'm proud of our team. You know, this team's not scared. They're tough. They love to compete. When you put the ball down, they're about it. And I'm excited about training camp. You know, the next 40 days will be critical. We're going to work hard on developing the personality, the identity of this team, the daily approach, right? The self-discipline, the habit, the choices, focus that's required to be an exceptional player and have an exceptional team, and ultimately build habits. You know, we're excited here as we approach training camp. We're going to move into the Hefner football training facility. It's an $85 million complex. It's 140,000 square feet. And I think if not one of the best, it may be the best in the entire country. And it will help us, you know, as we move forward building the program. We've got a very challenging schedule. Obviously in the SEC East to go along with LSU and A&M as a crossover West opponents. Top 10 Pac-12 champ Utah comes to town for the home opener. And we're on the road at Florida State on a Friday night. It's a 6-day turnaround. And then we play South Florida and Eastern Washington in non-conference play as well. I want you to know we're very appreciative of the media and all the things that you do to contribute to the game, the great stories that you tell, right, about people, about teams, your pen, your keyboard, your lens, your camera, whatever the case may be. You know, this game will teach you a lot if you'll let it, and we're thankful for the stories that you tell about it. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Coach. If you have a question, raise your hand. Allie, Lexi, and Blake have microphones. We will get a microphone to you. Okay, Coach, we're going to start over here on my left-hand side, about midway back in the green.
Good afternoon, Coach. Jacob Goins from ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. What are some of the changes that you are implementing at Florida to make your impact felt as the new head coach?
Well, I think the big thing here is that, you know, the game's about the players, and we want to create an organization that has life-changing impact on the players, right? We've put together a great infrastructure that's all about serving the players. We're trying to improve the player experience. We firmly believe that better people make better football players. We're committed to improving their character. We're going to prioritize their education. We're going to teach football at a high level. And I think we inherited the situation that we have, and we're excited about the administration, the resources that they provided. So ultimately, the game's about the players, and everything that we do is to serve the players, position them for success within the game, but also when the game's over one day.
Coach, we'll go back over here to our left, third row.
Hey, Billy, Ben Portnoy from the State Newspaper in Columbia. I know Bobby Lamb coached you when you were at Furman and was on your staff at Louisiana. I'm just curious, kind of what he's meant to you as a mentor, coach, and what it's been like having him by your side, at least the last few years as well.
Well, Coach Lamb, we go way back, right? Obviously, Coach Lamb's dad was a high school coach, a legend in the state. My dad was a high school coach. Grew up, my dad had players that played at Furman University. I went to that quarterback receiver camp for, I think, 5 times. But Coach Lamb's always been there for me, right? As a position coach, he transitioned to being the head coach, and certainly it was a pleasure to have him on our staff. So he's a great sounding board. He's got a lot of wisdom and a heck of a football coach, but an even better person.
Coach, we're going to go back here to the right side, the section in front of you, all the way in the back.
Hey, Billy, Matt Baker with the Tampa Bay Times. You said when you got hired that this is a talent acquisition business. After 7.5 months, how do you assess where you all are in that?
No, I can't compliment the staff enough. I think we put together a really good group of people. They've worked hard. Reality is you have 4 opportunities to add players to your team. December, the winter portal period, February, and then the spring portal period. And I thought we made the most of our time. I think we were fortunate that we were able to observe bowl practice and address maybe some of the issues that we observed. Did a great job in December, and then I think the momentum carried over to February, and then we added a few more players in the spring. So, I like the group that we added. We've had a chance to work with those guys, observe them throughout the summer. So far, so good.
Okay, we're going to go here in the middle section along the near aisle, right in front. Coach Mike.
Thanks, Coach. Mike Griffith, AJC Dog Nation here in the middle. I noticed in your background you overlapped with Kirby Smart at Alabama. If you could maybe characterize, share an anecdote. And then secondly, Kirby likes to play the no respect card for Stetson Bennett, but this is a guy you recruited at Louisiana and offered a scholarship to. If you could share some insight into that as well.
Yeah, nothing but respect for Kirby. I mean, the guy's an unbelievable football coach, leader. He's a fantastic person, unbelievable competitor. And I'll tell you,
Okay. All right. We're back from Billy Napier. Coach Kirby Smart is walking up.
Yeah, we're going to set him down here. We're going to ask him 5 minutes of quick questions as the guy with the national championship.
Oh, we're going to hurry 5 minutes.
You got such a long drive, right?
Listen, one time you got on to us for making you wait through a commercial break and said we wouldn't do that to Nick Saban.
Yeah.
We just bailed out of Billy Napier to come to you. So look at the respect we now have for you.
How about that? So nice of y'all.
And
no commercial break.
No commercial break. You're not going to have to sit through a commercial break.
Hey, the suit looks great. Appreciate it. I wish it was a little less meat in it. No, I said this earlier. I swear, I think you've lost weight.
Good luck, buddy.
Oh,
good luck. I wish. I the last 2 months I've played a little bit of pickleball and sweated a little bit, but I promise you, I put it back on in wine.
I was going to ask you.
Is that where you're at now? Wine?
I got to at night. My wife has a glass every night watching Stranger Things, and I can't. She keeps going, we got to stop for a while. And I'm like, that's not stopping. Every time that show comes on, she triggers that.
Do you understand? I'm watching it with my kids. I watched it. I finished it, but do you understand it? Like, I don't know what the hell's going on.
I told somebody earlier, the only thing that attracts me to it is the flashbacks of the 80s of when I grew up. Like, I'll see a boombox, or I see those little Walkmans with the headphones and the actual Walkman. I'm like, oh, my God. It triggers these small memories, but I hate sci-fi.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even interested in sci-fi, but I'm interested in the fact that they're on like a huffy bike pedaling down the road, and I'm like, oh, I have flashbacks.
You brought up pickleball. I heard your son's really good. And I heard you guys were getting it done in the Bahamas.
Boy, LT has been he's been tracking you.
He's getting good at pickleball. Like, surprisingly, he keeps wanting to play with adults. And I'm like, you can't play with us. You can't play with us. The next thing I know, I look over there and he's playing with adults and whacking the ball around. I'm like, dang, he's pretty good. And we sometimes you go places you can't find enough people to play, so you have to play with a 10-year-old, and you end up wanting to kill them.
Are you addicted?
I wouldn't say addicted. No, I don't. I like to compete and I like to sweat.
Red wine or pickleball?
Oh man, I'm taking red wine. No chance.
You said something at the Texas at the high school football thing that I just don't believe. You thought about resigning 13 months ago. You're a machine, man.
It's not quite accurate. It was,
was that overplayed?
It was a way of describing what the setting was in June of last year. So some people said it was about NIL. It was not about NIL. It was not this June. It was last June. And what happened was there was 14 months of anticipation of recruits waiting to go back out because COVID had shut them down. And it was like a free-for-all.
and they were coming every night, every day, nonstop. And I told them after Gino, I was like, I'm ready to get this thing up. This is crazy. Kids coming in here all night, and it went dead. The period went dead. So this June was much better because kids didn't come in every single day for 28 straight days. And I told my staff, I said, we're not doing that again. We're not doing that. We're not going to work on Monday, and we're going to work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, get ready for Friday visits. Then we work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and get Monday to kind of at least recharge your batteries, because you can't go at the pace we were going at last June.
From the time you spent in Tuscaloosa when you used to listen to our show every day,
Every day?
Every day.
I don't know about that.
How often? Once a week.
Okay.
What was the biggest thing you learned about how to take a team that's won a national championship and flush all of that and make them the best team they can be the next year? I can't imagine many head coaches.
Recruiting and having some good players is the best way to do
that
it.
helps,
I mean,
obviously.
If you stack players and you've got good players behind good players, that's the number one opportunity to get over it and move on, because there's no team that's ever won a national championship that didn't lose somebody, right?
Right.
So it's not the same team. And you can't expect it to be the same team. If you change as a coach and the way you go about it, and you're not as upset as a guy comes out to practice wrong because all of a sudden you're comfortable and you won a national championship, nothing's going to change in our place. Our kids know that. It's not going to change. It didn't change when we won the SEC and lost the national championship. It's not ever going to change. So there's going to be a work ethic there that we believe in that makes us different. Did you like us better before you won a national championship?
He's never liked us.
I liked it. It's just the same. I've never had any disrespect for you guys. You know that.
And us for you either.
We'll let you run, but how different has the offseason been? Does it feel different being a national championship winning coach? Absolutely not. I mean, the difference is probably getting recognized or noticed a little more in my travels, a little more. I still go around Athens and go travel around and stay at least a little bit incognito. I think some of that TV time took some of that away, but there's really not been a difference in my schedule in terms of what I've been asked to do and what I demand of myself and what I demand of our team. So
it was good to see you happy. I mean, you were happy, and it was pure joy at Sanford Stadium and afterwards. It was good to see you happy.
No doubt. I mean, it's been a long time coming. There's a lot of people that feel sorry for me, so you feel like you deserve to win. Well, you got a long trip in front of you.
Thank you, man.
I know, man. I got to get back to workouts. I got 3 players got to get over there and work out today.
Hey,
great to see you.
Claude,
Good to see you, Coach.
Claude,
Good luck this week.
find out what bottle of wine he wants so we can send him a bottle of wine.
We can't afford this.
No, he'll go Opus on us or something. I know you.
I'll send y'all some Camus.
Oh, he's going to send to us?
Yeah, he said he'll send us some Camus. Yeah, that ain't happening. Yeah. You can.
We should send him a bottle of wine.
The patience isn't what it once was.
Nope. When Kirby was it's not. When Kirby was done he sat through a commercial break for 5 minutes one time to talk to us for 15 minutes.
He did, but if he did not like Lance at all, he would not have sat here today.
I don't know about that.
No, that was 100% respect right there.
Oh, it was. I was like,
Come
just
on,
give
Kirby,
us 5.
give us 5
It's
minutes.
hard to say no.
You keep freaking. You got to go to Athens. I
You got told point blank no earlier.
That's not our guy.
That was bitterness.
I don't think so.
No. Here comes Fitzy. Hey, we're gonna get to a break. Here comes Fitzy.
Quick
We
break
don't want to
here.
make him wait
Yeah,
till
we
a
got
break.
Fitzy coming up here, part of a show being brought to you by our great friends at Mortgage Right. LT, tell us about Mortgage Right and take it to break.
Mortgage Right, they've been with us since day one. Absolutely love the guys over at Mortgage Right. And remember, inflation's at an all-out full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships. They're coming for renters. The best investment for your future is actually buying. Rent has risen 149%. There is no sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0068, or Q0074.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Well, I remember, last year. Back with you on the Next Round as we broadcast live from SEC Media Days, presented by our title sponsor, Precision Sports, also in part by Wayne's Pest Control, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. And, of course, we're getting ready for a Wednesday night with our friends at Odie's.
Yeah, Rockstar tonight is?
TRIVIA trivia.
So this is funny. So Ian Fitzsimmons is sitting with us.
I miss that guy.
Hey, so he shows up at my house to tell me he's going back to Dallas, that he's got a gig and he's leaving me. And we had a drink, and a couple. And then the next thing I know, he tells Will Haver, "Hey, look, man, I'm out on trivia." So Will calls me and said, "Hey, will you do me a solid? I need 2 weeks If you can do it for 2 weeks, I'll find a full replacement. I was like, I don't think
This is
so.
09. This is 2009.
So you were doing I didn't realize this. You
Oh,
did
yeah.
it before
Oh,
Lance
yeah.
did. So it was you, Haver, and Rockstar?
No, it was him and Liz. This chick named Liz.
Really?
Chick.
Girl,
A
female,
young lady?
woman.
Liz was awesome. But this is a true story. So Lance, I said, Lance, look, if you take over trivia, I'm warning you. You wonder why I want hamburger heaven every Friday or Thursday, and you would do it on Fridays, right? But because I felt like like a waste of humanity after doing trivia every Wednesday for 2 years. I mean, it was brutal. And in a good way.
Well,
and now you've done what, 20?
I've done 13 years.
2 years. I'm telling you, if I was supposed to be
13
80,
years later in a divorce. Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Appreciate you leaving. Of course, we never would have been together on this side. So
that's true. That's
anyway, Odie's Team Trivia. There's always fun there. Make sure you check it out. Enjoy that food from Rodney Davis, ice cold beer buckets, and everything else.
Hey, so after those 2 years, if I'm supposed to be 80, I'm knocked down to 75.
Yeah. So you lost 5 years of life, huh?
13.
It's tough.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Well, here's you're a
longer?
cyborg. You're like Trip Rogers, man. You're just different.
No, but here's the problem. And Rockstar got this the other night. We're getting served now at Odie's.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
You here to play trivia? Yes, sir.
Used to get eyes. Now I'm getting served.
That's right. I love this man so much. Look, but you mentioned that we're getting old, boys.
I know, we
Because,
really are.
Ben Hartsock's here. Remember Ben Hartsock?
Yeah, I played at Ohio State.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're having their 20-year reunion week 1 this year of that team.
Oh, wow.
And I covered that team.
Yeah, the 2001.
That was my second year up there.
The 2000 team.
2002.
Yeah. When you and Herb Street were doing the radio show.
Yeah. And he goes, yeah, we're having our 20-year reunion. 20. It seems like it was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, it does.
It's crazy, man.
You helped me get on. Who was the really good kicker that kicked for the Jets from that team?
Oh, Centerville Elk kid.
You helped me get him on the show, and it seems
Mike
like
Nugent.
yesterday. Yeah, it was Mike Nugent.
Mike Nugent.
I mean, if we're going deep, you get an entire generation of fans listening right now going, man, he's old some. I mean, what are you kidding me?
That is awful.
Rude.
Yeah, but you know but that was one of the best national championship games of all time, and I still don't know how Miami lost that game.
Flag in the end zone.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
standing right there, and the ref was reaching for it. It wasn't late. He got stuck in his pocket. I was standing right there.
So good call, you say.
He hates it.
It was a bad call.
Oh, it was a bad call, but you're just saying it wasn't
It was
late.
a 50-50 call, and everyone says how late the flag was.
Yeah,
Like
but
it
he
was
got stuck in his pocket.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
got stuck, and he was throwing it no matter what. It was a 50-50 call. You had Miami. You laid the points. You lost.
I did, and I was going to push. They were going to win by 7.
That's it. Turn that one loose.
I would have taken that. That was a great Miami team too. Ken Dorsey. I guess that was his
Dude,
last game.
You want to talk about? And we can go down a whole tangent here of great games, right?
Oh, yeah.
But Hartsock and Jonathan Vilma were doing College Game Day together about 4 or 5 years ago here on ESPN Radio, and they played against each other in that game, and they got after it. And they almost had to be, in a good way, almost separated in the studio because that game came up, and it was like, all right, you want to go? You want to settle it right now in a third overtime? Let's go. But it's amazing how these dudes hang on to that stuff. And as fans, we remember just certain events in major and just massive college football games.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna have to take off. That's Will Levis.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do? Go interview him?
No, we got to get him on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, you go work your
give him a
magic.
headset here.
No, LT's got to go work his magic first.
Chances are it's
it's
a
not
long
happening.
shot from LT there.
LT. Will Levis has taken on this mythical.
We rolled videos of Will Levis eating a banana and a panda eating a banana side by side during commercial breaks.
Our listeners love Will Levis.
My
and
wife
viewers.
now eats a banana. She lets it get like well beyond ripe.
Right.
Yep.
And she now eats the banana with the peel on because of Will Levis.
Really?
Yes. She says it
Yeah.
actually tastes pretty good.
Yeah.
Can we get the set set up?
No. Now you just turned right. LT got shut down.
Nope. She's coming back.
Okay.
We're good.
We got Will Levis later. Fitzy?
Sir. He still
Sir.
has it. Come on. I mean, thank you, sir.
Boy, our audience is going to love some Will Levis.
Oh,
on
I
this
can't
show.
wait.
Did you get served right there?
No, I didn't
Okay.
get served
All
there.
right. Just
Yeah.
checking.
I'm just excited to see you use that for good and not evil, man. I'm glad you're on our side.
You guys sure you like having me on this show every now and then?
We love having you on.
Yeah. Hey, your upward mobility in your career allowed me to get away from local TV, so I'm excited. I always love you. If you had not left his side, I'd be standing outside right now trying to figure out which building would be behind me.
That you think Randy Galloway?
Yeah.
You know, obviously Dallas legend.
What is he doing now?
Drinking a lot of cold beer and playing golf, and
Every
he
day.
earned every bit of it.
Yeah.
I used to listen to his show. This was before you were on it, but WBAP back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah,
You
you're
could
going
hear it in
deep.
Birmingham at night.
Was it
Could you
Galloway
really?
and Company?
Yeah. Galloway and Company. He was funny. He's a
Randy,
funny guy.
Oh, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
He did things that you can't only he could do today.
Yeah.
But even 15 years ago, he should have been thrown in jail.
Yeah, back when I was in school at Jacksonville State, I worked some in Birmingham for the Alabama Radio Network. Mike Wood and the Alabama Radio Network. And I used to have to drive back to Jacksonville after the show. And when the sun would go down, I could hear his show. And I don't know how I found it. I just stumbled across this really, really good.
The famous Jimmy Johnson put it in 3-inch headlines. The Jimster called into one show only. It was Randy Galloway.
Right.
And said, put me on right now. I'm going to make your day. And Randy said, let's go. He said, put it in 3-inch headlines. We will beat San Francisco.
Oh,
and he
wow.
went into the team and told his entire squad. Nate Newton tells the story so well. I wrote the check. You bleep and bleeps better cash it. And they did. They did.
You know what's crazy is this business we're in is all about relationships. And you've introduced us to two guys we have on all the time, Chip Brown and Matt Mosley. And without you bridging that, I mean, it's
one of those guys I still really like.
Okay. One you don't?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Mosley, no. If I never speak another word to that human being again, I'm good.
Okay, so it's Mosley is the one you don't like.
Sounds awesome. Chip's hilarious.
What happened to Mosley?
Does he tell the story?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, fire away.
Right, like, come on with it.
Oh, Lord.
I don't care.
We just got to empty you out for Will Levis soon.
Yeah, no worries, man. Forget about me talking 80s, whatever, about realignment, the future of
we
college
don't
football.
We've done that whole
Forget
week.
all that
I'm
boring
tired,
stuff.
Ian.
Let's do some drama.
So
Matt Mosley on line 1.
Bring him on, please. So the ticket, Cumulus, had just taken over ESPN Dallas. ESPN used to be owned and operated by Big Bristol. They sold us the ticket. Mosley, being the snake that he is, sends a text message to me that was intended for Jeff Catlin, the program director of the ticket, our new boss.
Right.
Ian doesn't know anything about the National Football League. He's a college guy. He's not a pro guy. Just wanted you to know.
Wow.
Send it to me.
Yeah.
At the time, I was a field analyst for ESPN Radio in the National Football League.
Right.
Your brother coaches
in the
National
NFL, right?
Football League.
Yeah.
So I'm on a different NFL sideline every single week, and he's telling Catlin that I know nothing about the NFL.
Maybe he was talking about
I'm a
Ian
college guy.
Rappaport. Did you ever think it could be Ian Rappaport?
Wow. So
the reason is because he wanted to make sure he had a job on the new format. So you're going to come at my kids and try and take my food off my plate. That's why I can't stand Matt Mosley.
No, I understand that now. I didn't know that story. That's pretty amazing. But do you wait a minute to respond? Do you respond at all? What do you do?
I don't remember what I did at first. I think I called my wife, and I called Galloway. Galloway was crying, laughing, going, only Mosley could be that stupid in order to send the person he's trying to backstab to actually put the knife in that person's hand to stab him back.
Can you imagine once he sent that, though? It was like, holy
God.
shit, I've sent this to Ian.
You know what's funny is like when we have Mosley on.
Bring that up. Go right ahead.
No,
we will.
No, he'll end the conversation. He'll say, "Tell in Fitzsimmons I said hello." You know, he'll do that all the time.
He does.
Yeah. Now you know. Hey, Paul Harvey. Now you know the rest of the story.
Well, we sounded old before you did a Paul Harvey. Come on.
When was that, though?
Oh, this is good. Gosh, 7-8 years ago. I saw him at Big 12 Media Day, and he started walking toward me, and I just looked at him and just shook my head like, "Don't. You come too close, I will drop you."
Oh, wow.
LT says I said bad things about him as this show was starting 13 years later.
He called me about you.
He's like my Paul.
I probably did.
Is that been true?
He's like my pallbearer now. If I was going to have one, he's going to have to spread my ashes when I die.
Well, it was going to be ashes, all right. But hey,
hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead.
He's still fighting, man. He's got all that stolen money from the state of Louisiana.
No, I was just going to ask you because my old man. I think
my brother died.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Sorry about that, by the way.
Well, welcome into our favorite segment of the show, Dead or Alive.
I can't even watch.
There's a theme song Rockstar can play right now by Bon Jovi.
No, you know what's crazy?
I mean, he literally said your old man died.
No. This is why I go back to this.
Mark that, Rockstar.
Oh, don't worry.
You and I were sitting in a bar in Indianapolis. It was like
he's gone.
It was like 2:00 on the national championship day, or the Sunday before. It was Sunday before because the Rams were about to play San Francisco.
Why do I come on this show?
I don't know.
And you and I were talking about my dad was a diabetic. I think your brother was.
Yes.
And you were talking about, hey, man, you got to have like life conversations with these people.
Yeah,
and,
I remember that.
And get real conversations. And since my dad's passed and your brother's passed.
Yeah, I mean.
So anyway, lesson out there. Get control of it.
And no doubt. And the other part is when someone close to you passes, you either eat your grief or you go exercise like crazy.
Right.
Guess which way I went?
You ate your grief.
Man, I dominated it.
Yep.
Not at this camera angle. You look fantastic.
That's what Jimmy Anthony said. My man Tatum, I appreciate it. I'm not moving for like a week from this camera angle. He said, hey, you lost weight or is it the camera angle? I mean, I got somebody take a picture.
Yeah,
Send it to my wife. Hey, he lost 10 pounds at SEC Media Days.
I've been exercising.
Oh.
Crushing mac and cheese and chicken thighs.
Hilarious. Ian Fitzsimmons, who's with us, part of the show being brought to you by Redmond Vodka. It's Charles Barkley's vodka. We were actually in a pub last night.
I could use some.
The 11th Street, 11th Avenue pub last night.
Yep.
That was another relationship. Dunaway knew him earlier.
Okay.
When we come back, okay, good.
All right. That's Will Levis.
I can't wait to hear this.
Dunaway
That's
knew
phenomenal.
Charles for a long time, but you're actually the one that hooked me up socially with Charles. But yeah, we were with him last night. You know, he's got a vodka.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
that. And
It's good.
it's all over Atlanta right now. It's in 20 different states. Obviously, if you're back in Birmingham listening to us, Redmond vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today. Redmond vodka available in 20 states.
Yeah, we'll continue the conversation with Fitzy for just a tad bit longer.
Yeah, till Will Levis shows up. Do you know your first assignment yet?
I do. Oregon and Georgia.
right here.
And landing. Yeah, coming up. I'll be right back in this hotel yet again. I feel like we have. I don't know if I haven't seen outside since Sunday. I've not gone outside.
Really?
Are you kidding?
No.
Like an
There's a
Eskimo.
world out there.
I need to get some sun again, man. I just came back from vacation. I'm like the Pale Rider all over again. I have not gone outside of walking from the Omni to the College Football Hall of Fame since I got here following Big 12 Media Days on Sunday.
Like an Eskimo. Don't go out of the igloo.
I don't know if that's impressive or depressing.
That's kind of depressing.
It's a little
honestly.
bit of both, I think. Yeah, there's no doubt. But I got Oregon and Georgia and then Florida State LSU back to back.
Oh,
so I'm pumped.
I mean, look, we've talked a lot about Florida or Georgia and Oregon, but that Florida State LSU, I really don't know what to think.
That's a pivotal game for both those programs.
It's hard to say
Week
that
one.
because Brian Kelly's coaching his first game, but if Norvell loses that one, it could start the spiral.
Or even if Brian Kelly loses that one, I know it's week one, but I'm talking about just this season.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just this season only. Like I'd say week 3 for Auburn, Penn State.
No
That's
doubt.
a pivotal game.
Yeah.
Will you be there?
Don't know if we have that far. No, I won't be there actually. Week 3, I have Georgia, South Carolina again, and Shane Beamer.
That's right.
Shane Beamer, what he's done.
Yeah.
There's two dudes. How much would you love to play ball for Shane Beamer or Sam Pittman? Those dudes just love life.
Yep. They do a
Don't
great
take
job.
themselves very seriously. Just coach ball. It's all about relationships, connections, and coaching ball.
Hell, I saw Sam Pittman said somewhere here today. I saw it moving on Twitter. He's been to like 8 concerts this summer. Since in the spring football.
I bet they're all classic country too.
How did I not know about that massive hog statue?
I saw it
by the end of
out by the water,
by his lake.
Yeah, it was on Twitter. I saw it on Twitter. Yeah,
we saw it on. We showed it on our show.
Yeah,
back the first time it made it on Twitter. It's huge.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
only that dude, right? He's so proud. He's like, man, it's bad.
But you
He's
hope
an original.
You hope those fan bases know what they've got. And
yes,
and if they're only winning 7 or 8 games a year, you've got to dial back expectations. I think they've had success so early that you wonder if the expectation is going to be to continue to grow this, because realistically, you can't win a national championship at Arkansas or South Carolina.
LT, you bring up a great point. And how many coaches? And I'll actually want answers on this. How many coaches regret leaving? Meaning, like, look at Matt Wells, right?
Yep.
He has a winning record at Texas Tech, and he gets run because he got pummeled
Yeah.
by Texas and then lost another game in the fourth quarter. But he was crushing it at Utah State.
Yep.
So if you're patient at Utah State, right, and you continue to win 10, 11 games a year, something, and this isn't a shot at Texas Tech, it's just a fact, a bigger program, a bigger brand is going to come and get you.
We were talking about this with Clark.
Chad Morris at SMU.
We were talking Clark Lee yesterday.
Clark, yeah.
If he doesn't take the Vandy job, he could be
Where
the
is
Notre
he
Dame. He could be the Notre Dame head coach.
Yes. Now I know it's his alma mater and everything else, but you
Well,
think
it
Chad
doesn't
Morris?
matter.
You think Chad Morris regrets leaving SMU when he did?
No, absolutely he does, because he was a disaster at Arkansas. Then he was a disaster as Auburn's offensive coordinator. Now he's a high school football coach.
Now he is a offensive analyst at South Florida.
That's right. He got fired or he resigned as the high school football coach.
Yeah, he wanted to get back into college.
Oh,
He was
okay.
head coach at Allen. But I'm telling you, I mean, it's patience, as John Wooden once said, is the ultimate virtue. And in this day and age, and I don't think enough coaches have it.
Yeah.
I've talked to some guys that say, like a James Madison or Richmond, why would you leave if you're making close to $2 million with camps and everything else? You got a country club membership, you got a couple of free cars from a local dealership, you're making close to $2 million. Why would you leave?
Yep.
It's the chase of the big tamale, to winning a national championship.
You have a chance to play for one, at least.
That's why Sonny Dykes left SMU to go to TCU. Now, he damn near tripled his money, but hey, look, you get run, that money runs out.
That's right.
Or you're still making $2.5, $3 million at SMU.
Yep.
He's Ian Fitzsimmons, always entertaining, and we had a little bit of that conversation last night while we were sipping on a little Redmond vodka. Always good to catch up with you, man. You're fantastic.
Back at you. Love you guys.
Always,
Love you.
Always
Hey, well,
funny.
why
My dad is alive.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Why are you not running through the tape? Why are you leaving today?
I want to.
Well, he hadn't been outside. He's got to get back outside and breathe some oxygen.
I got some yard work to do when I get home. 110 degrees.
I know.
I never thought there would be another place hotter than Folsom, Louisiana, where I grew up, or Tuscaloosa or Birmingham, Alabama. So I moved to Dallas, damn Texas.
I know.
Will you just
Like
give
an
us-
oven.
Drop a donkey.
I know.
Will you give us two old Fitzies just so we have it? We lost it on the transition
Oh,
when we
God.
changed jobs. Will you work into the conversation a scoop of chocolate and a scoop of vanilla and the ballet just in one sentence so that we can
Yep.
have it and play it in a
That's
trash
right.
open?
Yep.
Those
We'll sit it. We'll sit it out. We'll be quiet.
Those were two of my favorites.
Yep.
Give us a 5, 4, 3, 2, and then go.
Lance, my father is still alive. Scoop of vanilla, scoop of chocolate, man. Just go dominate.
Did you like watching the ballet?
Hey, we got
People get so offended when I refer to the NBA as the ballet.
It's so
I can't
ridiculous.
tell you. Like Donnie Nelson, former GM of the Mavs, he used to get angry.
What is the reference though? I don't really get it.
Chris Felica is the one that started it.
Okay.
Many moons ago, because he said he was watching a game. He's like, man, these two teams are so bad. It's like watching a damn ballet go up and down the floor. And next thing you know, the ballet kind of stuck, and so many people started saying it. And I just happened to say it a couple times on national radio and get yelled at.
Do you and Freddie ever do name that stripper?
That's still around.
No, it is not.
No. Could come back though.
Let's bring her to the stage.
That's Ian Fitzsimmons, part of our show, brought to you as well by our friends at Bud Light. 0 carbs and 80
Perfect
calories.
one, a good read right there in this
Yeah.
particular. I was a little nervous
Yeah.
depending on what was coming up after
Yeah.
bringing that stripper to the stage.
And Jimmy Anthony texted me and said you changed angles there, so no worries. But he does recommend a Bud Light next for you. 0 carbs and 80 calories. We're back in a
Tatum, you are a waste of humanity, man. You should be destroyed.
We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's move to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Back with you on the next round from SEC Media Days, where already we've heard from Arkansas, Sam Pittman, Billy Napier of Florida, Georgia's Kirby Smart, and had a chance to sit down to us and get the feeling that they're going to announce a huge contract for Kirby Smart pretty soon. Already a big one, but he shunned free wine from us. He loved him some wine, he said.
In fact, said he was going to send us wine.
Yep.
When we offered to send him wine, he wheeled it back around and said, I'm going to send you guys wine.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just saying.
Part of our SEC Media Days coverage being brought to you by Dr. Pepper Culver's, Tommy James Law, Wayne's Pest Control, and our title sponsor, Precision Sports.
Hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right. Will Levis maybe in the next few minutes. Chris Doring maybe in the final hour of the show. One more bonus hour to go as we broadcast live here. Don't forget our kickoff party coming up, kickoff 2022 at Walk-Ons in Hoover on August the 16th. Save the date for that, August the 16th. That is coming up, Walk-Ons in Hoover. You can always get all of our interviews and parts of our show podcasted at Next Round Live, Spotify, Odyssey, and, of course, Apple Podcast. All right, guys, part of the conversation today is the Kentucky Wildcats coming off of a really, really good year. Will Levis will be with us momentarily. But this Kentucky team, Will Levis aside, talented bunch. And usually when I think of Kentucky, I think of their offensive line that is always one of the better ones in the conference, and they replace some people like you'd have to do in college football, but that unit looks to be really good again.
What happened to their offensive line coach, though? He came to Tuscaloosa, so you're having to replace that guy. And obviously, Wofford, I mean, he's an excellent coach, and that's why Nick Saban would want to hire him. So you've got to continue that going. And they've had a little bit of turnover at that coaching position. You remember John Schlarman, the coach who unfortunately lost his life, was viewed as one of the best offensive line coaches in all of America. You go to Wofford now; he's in Tuscaloosa. So you've got to replace that offensive line coach. But you're right; that's kind of what Stoops has been known for: defense and ability to run the football. You got a really good running back, though.
Yeah, Chris Rodriguez, and he had the off-field troubles. We'll see if he's suspended for week 1, probably against Miami of Ohio. And then week 2, they go to Gainesville to take on Florida. 11 returning starters for Kentucky. Mark Stoops, man, if I would have told you guys he was going to be in Lexington for 10 years.
Yeah, we last night at I think it was Marty or Peter we were talking to last night, Peter Burns, and I said, when we were talking about Mark Stoops and just what a great job he's done. I said, we all talked on the air when he took the job. First 8-win season, he's going to go to a bigger job. And here he is, still at Kentucky.
Well, I guess it shows you the money.
He's making good money.
That you can make. It's a basketball school, but he's won 10 games twice in the last 4 years.
So, and I mentioned that to Marty and Peter last night, that he's got one of the best jobs in football. Now, are you going to win a national championship at Kentucky? You're not. It's just not going to happen. But you're also in one of the lower tier pressure cookers in the SEC. I mean, I would say Vandy is less of a pressure cooker. And I'm not sure I can make an argument for anybody else being less of a pressure cooker.
Do you think this is
you're
almost
getting paid a ton of money now?
Is this the equivalent of being a backup quarterback in the NFL?
A little bit. I mean, boy, I feel like we're dumbing this job down a lot.
I know.
But, I mean, seriously, when you say the most pressure-packed jobs in the Southeastern Conference, Vandy's dead last.
Yeah, but I lived there. The high school football in that state is not.
It's not great.
It's not good. There are a couple of areas outside of Cincinnati and around Louisville where you get some really quality football. But to find any star out of the state of Kentucky, Damian Harris. I mean, they're few and far between, and then keeping them at home where they don't go to Ohio State or to Tennessee or to Alabama or somewhere like that. It's just a battle there. And when you don't have that kind of recruiting to do what he has done, and to me, that's what he has done best. He has gone to Kentucky and he said, listen, I'm not going to go into Georgia and Florida and Louisiana and Texas and battle Alabama, everybody else for those players. I'm going to sell the SEC to the Big Ten states. And he's gotten a lot of his better players from going north in recruiting instead of going south. And I thought that was a brilliant design by Mark Stoops there.
Yeah, and he's done a very good job of that. Interesting schedule. Schedule. That's that week 2 is going to determine a lot for them.
Yeah, it will. I think they'll be favored in 8 games, though.
All right, quick break here, top of the hour, so we can have maximum time in our final hour. Being brought to you by our friend Greg from Pell City at Storm Restoration Roofing. Just talked to Greg the other day. It was his birthday. He's got some special things coming up for you folks, opportunities if you jump on with Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, and Storm Restoration Roofing on their social media platforms. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. One of our dear friends and one of our great sponsors from day one. If you haven't had that roof inspected in the last few years, especially after these recent storms, you need to call Greg Nelson today. He wants to help your family out with a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Or you can just call us up at the station. We pass that along to you, or DM me, and I can give you that number as well. You can look him up on Facebook, too. Greg from Pell City. Reach out to him there. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Back to Atlanta in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Vulcan Tyrant Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tyrant Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, the bonus hour here today, thanks to our presenting sponsors, Precision Sports. Also, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. SEC Media Days 2022. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor. Back in the studios, we have Forrester Lunsford and, of course, Rockstar, all keeping us afloat. Taylor has everything for you on social media. Go follow Taylor Corn and follow us at Next Round Live right there and see everything that Scott and Taylor are putting out from over here at SEC Media Days, which included us last night. Not going to give you all the details, but we saw one of the better views I've ever seen of Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know Atlanta could look so pretty.
I did not either.
It does.
Yeah, a beautiful,
good, clear night.
Beautiful city. I sent that video out on my social media platform last night on Twitter and Instagram. If you want to check that out, follow us, like us everywhere. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They put out the poll questions, and they can also put out any questions you have when it comes to renting equipment.
Yeah, I wonder, it was a big question. Where were you last night on the post?
Did somebody ask that?
I did not get a.
I just would have thought people would say, "Hey, where is that view?"
Yeah.
I texted it to Maggie, and her response was, "Damn." Yeah.
Why couldn't you be more successful? Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com.
Perfect transition to this. Which team do you think is going to be the biggest disappointment this year in the SEC? Since I'm such a disappointment to Maggie,
I'm inclined to say Texas A&M.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
I mean, when this was an LT topic,
right? You knew where he was going.
Yeah. I mean,
no, I'm inclined to agree with him.
I mean, how boring of an answer is that?
Well,
Texas
it's not
A&M.
boring.
Oh, my God.
Where are they going to be? Let me ask you this: in the coaches and AP poll, where will they be?
They will
to start the year.
I think they'll be between 7 and 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be top 7 or 8. Yeah.
We've got them at 7. They have a chance of being 5th.
And I would go any amount of money they don't end up in the top 10.
In the top 10?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to go money.
Yeah,
I
know.
usually go stake.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll take Texas A&M to be in the top 10.
No, I'm talking about the end of the year.
At the end of the year, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, to do that, they only have 2 losses, right?
Yeah. You have 3, depending on who it is. Are we going to final poll or after the SEC championship game?
Final poll.
Counting the bowl games.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. They've got to go to, again, I mean, this stretch,
Yep.
Miami, Arkansas, at Mississippi State, at Alabama.
Okay, I'll do what you normally do, though.
Can I just say your love for Mississippi State
It's-
is like you've fallen and hit your head.
No.
It's just a tricky game.
Okay, I'll do what you normally do. Miami, they're 9-point favorites.
Yeah, it'll be under 10, but
All
yeah,
right.
it'll be more than a touchdown.
Arkansas, skinny favorites at AT&T Stadium, like 2 or 3 point favorite.
Probably a 4-point favorite.
4
3 or
point
4,
favorite.
yeah.
All right. At Mississippi State, the way Lance talks, that's a pick 'em.
It's the 85 Bears.
I mean, do you honestly?
No, I think
I mean,
A&M will be a field goal favorite.
a 3-point favorite at State.
Yeah.
At
By
Alabama.
the way, Mississippi State last year,
They beat them.
in College Station, they were a 7-point favorite. Yeah, and they lost the game outright.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because we know when things happen in 2021, that means that has a big impact on 2022.
At Alabama, they're a 2-touchdown dog.
Yep.
And that's that stretch you're talking about. And it is a tough stretch. And I'll just say, I mean,
and then keep going at South
okay,
Carolina.
They got a bye week and they're at South Carolina.
They're probably a 4 or 5-point favorite.
They host Ole Miss.
They're probably an 8-9-point favorite.
They
maybe.
host Florida.
Same thing, 8 or 9.
They're at Auburn.
They're probably a 3-4-point favorite.
UMass.
And then
LSU.
They're probably a touchdown plus
So
favorite.
a disappointment for them will be what? Give me the minimum record they can have that's not a disappointment.
If they lose 3 games, if I'm an A&M fan, I am pissed.
No, I'm with you. I'm 100% upset.
And they will lose 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, like this, I don't know. They're in a weird spot right now where I would say, as an A&M fan, if my only loss is at Alabama, I think it's been a pretty successful year. But there again, I've now gotten the taste of beating Alabama. So why am I willing to accept that now if I'm an A&M fan?
Because it's a road game. If that's your
No,
only
but-
loss, and you've gone 11-1, and you're still actually not in the SEC championship game, but in the national playoff conversation.
I am, but why is my program, and we ask this all the time with Jimbo, why is my program to the level that I just have to accept the road loss to Alabama?
Because all of you people in the media will always count Alabama as a loss.
No, but why do I have to accept it as
Well,
an A&M fan? You just
don't.
accepted it.
You don't. You're just projecting it. I'm not giving you that,
Okay.
that they're necessarily going to lose that game.
No, but if they do,
it's 11-1, and anytime you're 11-1, that's a great season.
Yeah,
wherever you are.
I think 11-1, a tight loss to Alabama. Alabama goes undefeated, wins the SEC championship. A&M gets in the 14 playoff.
I'm just saying 11-1. I don't care where you are. 11-1 is a great season.
Oh, it is.
Okay, I don't care. Even at Alabama, 11-1 is a great season. I know that's what people expect, but it's a great season.
Yeah.
11-1 at Georgia, coming off a national championship, great season. If they're 11-1, so I don't care who you lose to. If they're 11-1, it's a great season.
My only point is you have now gotten the taste of beating Alabama.
Yeah, but you know it's insane to think you're going to do that every year.
Well, it is insane to think you're going to do that every year, but I see Alabama do it every year.
Do you? They lost to Texas A&M last year.
Alabama hasn't lost to Tennessee since Saban has been there. Alabama hasn't lost to Arkansas since Saban has been there. Alabama hasn't lost to Mississippi State since Saban has been there.
Those aren't programs that are anywhere near where Texas A&M
Well, yeah,
is
but I'm
right
just
now.
saying, if I'm A&M, I am not paying the coach what I'm paying him just to have automatic losses on my schedule.
Well, it's not an automatic. They beat them last year.
That's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I get your point, Brown. And
Thank you.
here is the fact. Outside of 2020 and that abbreviated season, he's lost 4 games every year.
Yeah.
Other than the
Why-
obvious,
why should it be different this year?
Other than the obvious Texas A&M one, is there another team,
Florida,
that you think could be a disappointment?
Well, I mean,
this year?
depending on what you think is a reasonable record for Florida, I think Florida could be a disappointment. I mean, very, very, very losable games all over the board here, Lance. I mean, start to finish, it's just pothole after pothole after pothole that Florida's got to avoid. In Billy Napier's first year with a roster that Dan Mullen was recruiting, and Dan Mullen's not known for his recruiting, obviously.
Yeah, I just don't have a lot of expectation for
That's
Florida.
right. So it's hard to be a disappointment.
Okay,
If you're
well,
eight-
that's
if
what-
you're 8-4, then it's probably what I expect.
I've got one for you, Ole Miss. Coming off 10 wins, you're supposed to be building this thing, but I mean, when you start to look at the losses, again, 6 of their top 8 tacklers are gone. Their top 3 pass catchers are gone. Their top 4 leading rushers are gone. Matt Corral's gone. Jeff Levy.
Yeah. Again, my expectations for them are about 8-4.
Well, we can't have any disappointing teams for
there's,
you, Jim.
There's 2 teams. There's
Okay,
2
go.
teams
Who are
that
they?
that are set up to be disappointing.
All right.
One of them is here today. It's Arkansas, and the other one's Tennessee. Those are the ones that have.
I think Alabama and Georgia could both disappoint.
Well, I mean, but for those 2
One
programs,
loss.
2 losses is disappointing.
No, I'm talking about 2 losses.
Yeah, 2 losses is disappointing.
But I could see 2 losses.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's a possibility.
Okay.
But when you're Tennessee and Arkansas,
Mhm.
momentum is rolling fast forward, right? So now you just think the natural progression is I've done A, I've done B, so this is going to be the C season, and that's not necessarily how it works. You've got 2 great quarterbacks, but there is a potential for either one of those teams to end up with 7 wins or 8 wins, 7 wins, 8 wins, and that's not going to be what either one of those programs expect this year. The expectations are out of whack at Tennessee and Arkansas.
I don't disagree, but
and you're making them out of whack at Mississippi State.
What's the difference though in those 2 programs and Ole Miss? I mean, Ole Miss fans finally tasted 10 wins.
That's right.
But they don't expect to do it again this year.
I think they do.
Ooh, I don't know if they do or not, but I do think Jim is right. I think Arkansas fans, you saw the way they reacted to that bowl win down in the Outback Bowl, and I think that program thinks they have turned the corner. I really do. I think they feel like they've found a diamond in the rough with Sam Pittman. They've got a really good quarterback coming in, and they've turned the corner.
Do you guys think that most Arkansas fans, I know they don't like Bobby Petrino, but do you think realistically they think Pittman is a better coach?
Yes. I think they do.
Well, I think he fits them.
Yeah.
He does fit
He's
them,
a great fit.
Well, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say
No, you go ahead.
this stretch right here, this 4-game stretch right here, is about as brutal as it can get in the SEC for them. Texas A&M, which is a neutral site game every year, they host Alabama. They're at State if LT's right, and then at BYU, and that's a good BYU team.
Yep.
I mean, that's a tough 4-game stretch right there, late September into October for Arkansas. I mean, they're not 4-0 in that stretch. I don't know what they need to be to have a reasonably acceptable season, but they're not going to be 4-0 in that stretch. But, buddy, if they are, that is a heck of a coaching job by Sam Pittman, and you can start making plans for Atlanta.
One of our great sponsors at SEC Media Days is our friends at Culver's. If you're thinking of a great place to Go for lunch or dinner anytime during the football season. Culver's all over the country, but especially right there in the Birmingham area.
And right now, Jimmy D, you can try that brand new big Wisconsin cheese pub burgers. Stop by the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy the Wisconsin cheese pub burger today. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
We're about to do 4 downs. LT's about to pull that up, and we'll get to that in just 1 minute, LT. But quarterbacks here today. Will Levis, of course. Stetson Bennett, Anthony Richardson, KJ Jefferson, a crew of great quarterbacks, or really good quarterbacks all with big expectations this year.
Yeah.
Good quarterback day here at SEC Media Days.
Yeah. I mean, I think quarterbacks, when we talk about this league, I think that's kind of the focal point this year. I mean, really, really good quarterback.
Yeah, we talked about that some with Jim Nagy of the Senior Bowl earlier from an NFL perspective.
Guess who doesn't have one?
Who?
Texas A&M.
Yeah. Or maybe they've got the one. All right, let's 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 4 locations, a 5th location now in Pell City, but still 4 questions for you. Bumper to bumper, Vulcan Tire can hook you up. Tell us about Vulcan Tire, LT.
Oh, you just did. I mean, you really did. You just did the whole spot. Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Again, VulcanTireAuto.com.
First down.
Rexstar, do you know that annual moment at SEC Media Days where we turn a weird corner?
Monday.
And, you know, huh?
Well, I guess Fitzsimmons was the corner, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, Lance killed off his dad. That was kind of a weird turn.
Your dad's dead,
as
right?
Jimmy would say.
Your dad's dead, isn't it? No, actually, he's still breathing.
As Jimmy Anthony would say, it's not a corner for Fitzsimmons. It's a round curve.
Okay, moving forward, more NFL starts for Stetson Bennett or national championships for Kirby Smart.
Okay, say that again.
More NFL starts for Stetson Bennett or national championships for Kirby Smart.
No, I'll take Kirby Smart.
I think I'll take
Stetson
Kirby
Bennett
too.
will never start a game.
Yeah, I'm with Dunaway. If Stetson Bennett starts a game in the NFL, I am stunned.
I mean,
I'll go Kirby.
We did compare him with Greg McElroy. I think the difference is McElroy played in the league a decade ago, and the league is a lot different.
Well, Greg got, and I love Greg McElroy, and he's a friend of ours, and was a really good quarterback for Alabama, and does a great job for ESPN. But Greg McElroy started at the Jets because didn't they have an injury?
Yeah.
And then they were in just a quarterback disaster situation, which is just how Stetson Bennett would end up getting a start. But man, I mean, the planets had to align perfectly for Greg to get that start.
I don't even think Stetson will be on a
roster
team to hang around and get a start.
I'd be surprised at that too.
You know, Jake Fromm still is.
Yeah, AJ McCarron's looking for a job.
And who's the other kid that was before Fromm?
Justin Fields.
No, played at Washington.
Oh,
Jacob
Eason.
Yeah, Jacob Eason.
Billy Joe Tolliver.
Jacob Eason's still on our roster.
Yeah. All right.
Second down.
Okay, who plays for conference championship first? Arkansas or UCLA?
Oh, I could see neither one of them ever playing for a conference championship the rest of my life.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I
got to go Arkansas.
I mean, I got to go UCLA this year. I mean, it's going to have to happen before they go to the Big Ten. Because they're not going to go divisions.
They could do it this year.
Yeah, they could do it this
year. They
year.
really could.
With DTR.
Yeah.
Or DRT. Which one is it?
DTR.
DTR.
I think I'm going to go UCLA too.
Yeah.
Really?
It's got to be UCLA, and it's got to be before they move to
I mean, it'd have to be in the Pac-12. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I can't see him doing it in the Big Ten.
Third down.
Ultimately, more starts in the NFL. Daniel Jones, currently a starting quarterback with the New York Giants, or Will Levis?
Can you give me that again?
More starts in the NFL. Daniel
looking?
Jones, who's obviously a current starter with the New York Giants, or Will Levis, who's projected to go to the Giants. He really
Which
is.
means Daniel Jones ain't cutting it, huh? I think I'll go Daniel Jones.
I think I'm going to go Daniel Jones, too.
Mark me down as not buying into the Will Levis. I'll go Daniel Jones.
Because Daniel Jones, I think, has already got 30-plus starts in the NFL. So he's going to get another season at least. No, he's got more than that. He's going to about 50 starts.
That is a big that's a big number to get to. The belief system is that Will Levis has to have a good year just to even get that opportunity. And on the other side of that, I think Daniel Jones and the Giants are going to have a surprisingly good year in the National Football League.
I don't know if I agree with that,
Yeah.
but I would definitely go Daniel Jones.
4th down.
Okay, it's trivia. Who's older, Mike the Tiger or Uga? I learned this today when I walked in that other
Wait a
room.
minute.
Like
So,
the current
like the
Uga?
current mascot?
No. When they actually
Oh,
rolled the mascot
when they became the
out.
mascot?
Yeah.
Ooh, I got to go Mike the Tiger on that one.
I'm going to go. I think Uga came in 1950 something. So I'm going to go Mike the Tiger too. Mike the Tiger seems to be one of those post-depression, the roaring, 20s turned into the depression, but we're starting to count down to World War II.
Tell a story.
Everybody's having a great time at breakfast in America. We put a little frost, a little sugar on top of the flakes. I'm going to go the
Get
Tiger
milk
from
from
the
the teat.
1939.
What do you get right star in the
Get
cereal?
milk from the teeth.
Dunaway is almost dead on both of these.
Really?
Yeah, Mike the Tiger, 1936. Uga, 1956.
Wow. There you go. Ding.
Yeah, 4 downs. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. Quick break here. When we come back from SEC Media Days, it could be Mark Stoops at a podium. Could be Chris Doring sitting in that chair. Could be Will Levis. Could be just us talking another
I
segment.
think Will got snatched by the SEC to go start his rotation.
I'm going to look.
Okay, well, he ain't up there.
LT is going to go lie to Will Levis's handler and say, he promised me.
Yep.
2 years ago.
Did we tell that story on the air?
No.
We can. I don't care.
That is LT's go-to line on getting guests. He promised us. That one would continue, all of it being brought to you by our presenting sponsors, Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye. Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you at SEC Media Days in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame. Part of our show being brought to you by Tommy James Law, one of our presenting sponsors all week long here in the ATL.
Yeah, Chris Doring joining us in a second. When you're choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience. It's a high wire act over here, Chris. Trust, experience, and results. Attorney Tommy James checks all those boxes, anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases. Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him 205-259-1725 or TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
Chris Doring knows that we don't have all the ESPN SEC network runners to bring us
That's
water.
right.
We have to get our own water.
It's a 5-minute walk too. Where are you getting the bottle? You got a bottle?
I got a bottle. I brought this from over at the Sirius set. I just got off with Billy Napier, the Florida contingent, a little bit of a home team feel for me. So ran over here. It's great to be back with you guys again, man.
You're a big dude. Billy Napier's a big dude.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's a guy, you know, I had a terrible realization when he first got the job. He called me, Coach, hey, Chris, it's Coach Napier. I just wanted to tell you, now, I enjoyed watching you play when I was growing up. And at that point, I realized that now I'm older than the coaches that are now taking these SEC jobs. It's humbling.
I would not have guessed that Napier is younger than you.
He's younger than me. Yeah.
Wow.
What can make him successful? What do you see in him that would make him a successful Florida
the
coach?
first thing that I see that'll help make him successful is the commitment that he's gotten from Scott Strickland and the athletic department. You know, what they've done to surround him with a similar type of support staff like you see at Alabama, like you're seeing at Georgia. They've hired a ton of on and off field staff members. And so you've got that commitment. You got the commitment with facilities, which the brand new football facility is opening up here in the next month or so to put them on par with some of the top teams in this conference in the country. But the biggest thing to me is being able to keep the top recruits, the top talent in the state of Florida. When I was growing up, there was no way that anybody that went to school, played high school football in Florida, was going to leave and not go to Florida State, and Miami. You're seeing all three of those programs down right now because Clemson has been successful, Georgia's been successful, Alabama's been successful at coming and taking that top talent out of the state.
How much tougher is it with Mario Cristobal at Miami with what you're talking about? Because he's a great recruiter.
He's a great recruiter and a guy that you look at a lot of the talent in the state of Florida. It's from that Tri-County area down in South Florida that Howard Schnellenberger made famous by saying, hey, we're going to put a fence around that county, those counties, and be able to build the program that they built that won those national championships for the Hurricanes throughout the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. So I think it's going to be a real challenge, but it's one I think Florida, I think when Florida's the epicenter of college football, as much as I dislike Florida State, Miami, I think college football is better when those three teams are amongst the top. As there was a time that those three teams were in the top 5 routinely, and that hasn't been the case in a long time.
Man, I have a lot of swings and misses, but Dan Mullen was a big one for me. I thought Dan Mullen coming in, based on what I saw at Mississippi State, had a chance to win a national championship, and from year 1 to year 2, it looked really good. What happened?
We're less than 2 years separated from him playing for
Right.
an SEC championship.
And that was
across
a
the
hell
street.
of a team too.
I don't think I've ever seen a more precipitous collapse than what we saw from Florida's program in the matter of a year. You know?
I asked him the other day, what was the bigger fall, Ed Orgeron at LSU or Dan Mullen at Florida?
Orgeron, but Mullen's close.
It's got to be Orgeron just because of the national championship. But you also look at what happened there at LSU.
But I never believed in Orgeron. You know, I mean, it's one of those things you believe
that's a good point.
In Dan Mullen.
That's a good point. And I thought that Dan Mullen was one of the best play designers and play callers in all of college football. But you look at him the last month of the season last year, it looked like he just completely capitulated. You know, it was
a Bobby Petrino move.
It just took his heart away for whatever reason. But you know, I think I said this earlier on one of our shows that if Florida gets it going under Billy Napier, Georgia and Kirby Smart can look at themselves in the mirror for having that change take place. Because after the Florida-Georgia game, Kirby went on and talked about the fact that you cannot out-coach poor recruiting. And that created this conversation where they asked Coach Mullen, hey, what about the recruiting? And he said, we'll talk about recruiting when it's recruiting time.
Yep.
And that did not sit well with Florida fans, and that became more of a point of emphasis and magnifying some of the failures that Florida had in building the talent of the roster.
Chris Doering is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, and you see him on the SEC Network, ESPN, Sirius XM, at Chris Doering on Twitter. Aside from Florida and outside the rest of the SEC, we talk a lot on this show about Shane Beamer, and we admitted something. I don't know if Jim agrees with this, but we admitted something yesterday. We both feel like a lot of that job, him getting that job, had to do with that last name. But you watch him last year, and some of that has gone away from me.
I think a lot of it really has gone away. You know, I thought they way exceeded even what my wildest of expectations was for that program in year number 1. But I think you look at the way that coaching has shifted and the way that hiring has shifted. The fact that 2 years ago, Sam Pittman got hired at Arkansas despite not having any head coaching experience or coordinating experience for that matter. The same with Shane Beamer. But what each of those athletic directors saw was a guy that fit well culturally with the school and with that part of the state. And I think the fact that Shane Beamer has been able to go in there, have the success he did in his first season, and then bring in talent like Spencer Rattler, that they were able to go out and get this guy that nobody would have ever imagined him deciding to choose South Carolina as a place of destination, speaks to the relationship building that Shane Beamer is able to do and what is possible as they continue to recruit and build what can hopefully be a resurgence back to the years of Coach Spurrier's back-to-back 11 wins.
We just had the World Games in Birmingham, and
I saw that. That was pretty cool.
It was a lot of interesting events. One of them was flag football at Legion Field. If you took your SEC network crew, could you put together 6 people and be competitive in flag football?
There's no question.
You got to have a great quarterback, though. Who's going to play quarterback?
Jordan Rogers.
Look, he just overlooked Jordan Rogers just because he's a Vanderbilt guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
he was a good quarterback.
Wow. I mean, you got Tebow.
He's more known for the Bachelor, though.
Yeah, how about that? We just overlooked the Heisman Trophy winners.
I did forget him.
I'm looking at Tebow and McElroy right there.
He doesn't look like a quarterback.
He does not, man. I saw him in the room I wasn't supposed to be in the other day.
Yeah.
By the way, he's not part of the staff, is he?
Who, Tebow?
Yeah, he was in there.
And McElroy, for that matter.
Freaking
Right?
linebacker.
We need a game manager. I think we got a lot of talent. You know,
Yeah.
McElroy was listed as the first maybe game manager. That
Yeah.
term became a little bit negative, but I'll take Benjamin Watson is a huge matchup issue.
Roman Harper would be really good too.
Roman Harper is he likes to still talk a lot of trash, so I definitely will take him on the squad.
Yeah, I think network versus, like conference network versus conference network. SEC is a huge favorite.
Yeah, but see, to maximize your roster, you got to convince Tebow to move to a receiver position or a tight end position.
Well, he showed he was willing to do that at the end of the career.
That's right.
I mean, maybe he's able to do that now. But I'm actually a little worried. ACC, he's got EJ Manuel, so you got a pretty good trigger man for them. But,
who's catching the rock? Who's catching the rock at that point?
I don't think they have any
Yeah,
real skill guys, do they?
How often do you use Wikipedia?
The first time I've been asked that question.
Yeah, really? Nobody's asked.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason.
I use it a decent amount. I feel guilty because I've never contributed when they ask you to contribute to Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't.
I used to feel guilty about that.
I shouldn't. Okay.
But I watch PBS too, and other than paying my taxes,
You never get in the call-a-thon?
I never helped them out either.
The reason I ask is we swear by it, so I just believe everything I read. So here's a couple of things about you.
Yeah.
Have you looked at your Wikipedia?
I don't know that I've looked at it in a while. No.
Are you the president of a home loan mortgage brokerage?
I own. I technically have my own mortgage company in Gainesville, Chris Doring Mortgage. We just celebrated our 15-year anniversary. So
Congratulations.
thank you. That is pretty true. Yeah.
Rates are an all-time high.
Rates are going up rapidly. It was a crazy run up since the end of the year last year to where we are now. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I was trying to.
Okay, so
just checking out for a minute.
Did you have a former teammate named Judd Davis?
Judd Davis is the Grossa award-winning kicker for us back in '93. He also works for me at the mortgage company. Yeah.
How about that?
Do y'all play
Full circle.
highlight and poker together?
We did play highlight. So down in Gainesville, I don't know if people know about highlight, but those that are old enough to remember,
we watch Mad Men, and so they're doing a big campaign for
highlight was big. So what happened was, for a while, in order to have your poker license down there, which was making a lot of the money, you had to.
This is true. Then I'm reading. This is all true.
It had
This
to be
is the next question.
It had to be tied into dog racing, horse racing, or highlight. They pari-mutuel 3. They've changed the rule now, but for a while, me and Judd played highlight for them to be able to keep their. Oh, look at this guy! They've been able to keep their license, and we actually had some great times competing, staying in shape, making a little money.
Wow.
I'll be honest, when I was a little bitty kid and we would from Alabama through Florida and we'd drive and they'd have highlight places and I would tell my dad I wanted to go in and he said we couldn't go in. I always thought it had something to do with like exotic dancers, highlight.
Yeah,
like,
it does kind of sound that way.
We can't go in there.
I think I'd rather go hang out with the exotic dancers because the level of people that goes there is better than what the highlight front on.
Highlight's a really good IPA though, out of Cigar City.
It is.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. I do enjoy that.
You like IPAs?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys have criticized me because I am like a Michelob Ultra guy, which is like drinking
that's
fizzy
one of our big
water.
sponsors. We love that.
Oh, good. Well, yeah.
Well, have you tried Bud Light Next?
I have not.
You need to try it.
Yeah.
It's 0 carbs, 80 calories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel guilty when I'm here because I end up drinking every night. Like I'm more of a binge guy on the weekends, save it up. I don't drink it all during the week, but here,
Me too.
it's so many friends that
impossible.
it's just like you have to celebrate, have to enjoy it.
Hey, what was it like scoring a touchdown in the NFL?
I only had 3 in the NFL. And there were games I had 3.5 in college. And so, the production went down a lot. It was fun. It was awesome. It's validation. But I'll tell you anything. I would go back and take one of those in the swamp before I would take another one in the NFL.
Love it.
For me, growing up in Gainesville, I had tickets since I was young. We were in Section 6, Row 9, seat 28, 29, and 30 in the swamp, watching all those. Collinsworth was my guy, Ricky Nattil, like all these great receivers that came before me. So getting a chance to just run out of the tunnel was a big deal for me. But catching a touchdown in the swamp, 90,000 people cheering for you, there's not another thing you'll ever do in your life where you have that kind of attention and that kind of acclamation or people applauding you and celebrating you. So I think that's one of the hardest things about moving back into regular life.
Chris Doring from the SEC Network. Do you get confused with? There's no reason somebody should confuse you with Chris Collinsworth.
You know what's funny about this?
But I think you do get confused with him.
My entire childhood, I always wanted to be Chris Collinsworth.
Right.
I followed in his footsteps a lot with the playing at Florida, playing in the NFL, and now broadcasting. But it's funny. I think people do get confused. Where I've had ladies tell me that, oh man, I used to be in one of your classes, and I'm like, we are not the same age.
No. What are y'all, 15 years apart?
Yeah, I mean, he was there. I think his last year was 81, maybe. My last year was 95, 96.
Yeah,
So almost 15 years.
13 to 15 years apart.
Yeah, so I appreciate them associating us together. But as you guys can tell, and we're all getting to similar ages, like I am definitely afraid of being categorized as the old guy. And now with Chiz gone on set, I think I'm the oldest SEC Network analyst now.
Yeah, but Harp has a gray beard, so he looks way older.
Yeah, I appreciate him for the premature
gray beard.
Yeah.
Have you ever been hypnotized?
I'm not. You got somebody like
No,
you have
no.
a sponsor? You
Yeah,
want
good sponsor.
A couple of tense questions. You started pulling the band on your arm, and I didn't know if
Did
you've
I?
been hypnotized
No,
to.
not to my. Maybe I've been hypnotized and to not remember it.
So we need to tell you.
Have you talked to Coach Spurrier lately?
You know what? I had a chance. I came to y'all's backyard. Coach Spurrier was awarded with the Nick Saban Legacy Award.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
So this was a great day. I'll tell you, I don't know how much time we got, but
all the time.
I was in Gainesville. Shane Matthews and I jumped on the UF private jet, flew up to Lake Oconee, scooped up Coach Spurrier, his wife Jerry, and Coach Neuheisel's wife, flew to Birmingham, went over. Coach Neuheisel was part of the presentation that night. One of the best things about that evening was watching the interaction between Coach Saban and Coach Spurrier, and the respect that Coach Saban has for Coach Spurrier. Everybody, widely acknowledges, and deservingly so, that Coach Saban's the GOAT. But the way that he talked, the deference that he had for Coach Spurrier was really, really cool. And obviously, a guy outside of my parents, nobody's impacted my life the same way that Coach Spurrier has, and giving me a chance at Florida, revitalizing my career in the NFL, getting me the opportunities in broadcasting the way that I have, and being the person that I am. So I have huge respect for him. But on the way back from the awards, it's Shane and Mrs. Spurrier and Coach in the car ahead of us. I'm with the Neuheisels behind. All of a sudden, we're heading back to the FBO, and they pull into this like real sketchy gas station area, and I'm like, what are we doing here? And then I was like, oh, I bet he's picking up some beer, So he walks in, and like all this crew starts recognizing him. So it's like the Pied Piper. Everybody's following him in. He comes out with a 6-pack of Bud Ice. I don't know if he was just trying to hurry. He's definitely not a Bud Ice guy. I think he grabbed, at the display where they have the barrel, I think he just grabbed something that came out. And a lady comes up, and I don't think she knew who he was, but he's like, anything y'all want right around the corner, you can go right around the back here. Like trying to sell him drugs. So it was really, I guess there are some.
But you remember the picture of him shirtless, like
at the Arby's.
Yeah,
it was in Birmingham.
Yeah.
It was after SEC.
He had his tie undone and everything else. But you talk about shirtlessness. Now, the best thing about spring playing for Coach Spurrier was that it was very laid back. We'd come out to practice. He would not have a shirt on. He would not have shoes on. He'd be throwing the ball around, and he'd be saying, hey, I'm trying to get some sun out here. This guy wanted to get some sun, wanted to get out of there so he could go play golf. That was not something that happened in the regular season, but spring, it was all about efficiency to get back out on the golf course.
And you know this, but people, I think when you hear Steve Spurrier, you think great coach. People don't realize how good of a player he was.
Oh, well, when I was a kid, so I grew up in Gainesville. My parents both graduated from the University of Florida. I was a lifelong Gator fan, but there was not a history of success. The mantra was always wait till next year because they couldn't win the big game. The one thing you could always point to was that Florida had a Heisman Trophy winner, and everybody celebrated that. And so when they announced that he was returning to Gainesville to be the head coach in 1990, that was like a huge coup. So now to go outside at the stadium there, you see 3 Heisman Trophy winners, Spurrier, Warfel, and Tebow. You see the championships that are on the wall, the SEC titles that have been won since he got there. I mean, the guy really is the program. And not often you see a guy that's in the College Football Hall of Fame as a player and as a coach, but he's just had a tremendous career. It means so much to Florida fans.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of what we have here in the SEC now doesn't happen if he doesn't come to the SEC and coaches Florida. He changed the whole conference.
Think about, I talked about this at Coach Saban's Legacy Award banquet. Like the stuff that you're seeing now, the way that offensive football is played, not only in this conference, but nationally, is because of what Coach Spurrier was doing way ahead of his time.
Yep.
5 wide receivers, spreading things out, throwing the ball down the field vertically. Like it is a wide open game that Coach was way ahead of his time. But you're right. When he got here, it was Auburn, Georgia, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and he completely changed. When they went from being that style of football team to having to try to throw to keep up with what we were doing, it spoke to just how much he was revolutionizing the league.
All right.
One more. Yeah.
One more? Is this Wikipedia?
No, it's not. The respect level for Urban Meyer, though, with Florida fans, where is that?
It's a love-hate kind of thing, I think. Everybody's very grateful for the fact that he helped Florida win 2 national championships, the fact that he brought Tim Tebow to Gainesville. But at the same time, the way that he exited, the way that he left the program when he exited, and the fact that, after saying he wanted to spend more time with his family and get away from coaching, he was 1 year removed, right back to coaching at Ohio State. So I think there's a lot of people that have a little resentment towards him, but at the same time, you look at some of the best years in the history of the program happened under his watch. So it's a unique dynamic.
Okay, I lied. One more.
We got all day.
I can sense a criminal when I meet one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
My
You're not
question
talking about me, are you?
No.
Okay, good.
Well, let's see.
This is a true story. A couple of weeks ago, these guys know it. I sat down at a bar, guy sits next to me. I could tell immediately. I told person
Sketch
next to me.
meter was high.
Yeah, and he ends up admitting to killing 3 people. This the true story in Nashville 2 weeks ago.
Admitting to Lance.
Yeah.
He is not admitted to the authorities.
No, he was pretty
Are
intoxicated.
you going to have to testify? now?
Well,
No. I don't remember what he looks like. But
Lance
my
is in witness
question to
protection
you,
right now.
Aaron Hernandez, did you ever meet him?
I did. Here's the thing about it, man. Aaron Hernandez was the nicest, most respectful guy to me that you could have. I was shocked when that story came out. He yes sir, no sir, was engaging, talking with me, took time to talk to my kids when they were around. It was it's every time I walk by the stadium, right in front of the southwest corner of the end zone, there's an All-American section with first team All-American plaques. And there's one that has just an empty block in it. That was where his was. And it's been removed. And it always reminds me of just, you never know what's going on in people's lives and how quickly things can change. And it's one of the most bizarre stories that I can ever think about.
It's crazy.
Wow.
That's Chris Doring saying that Peter Burns looks scarier in a mustache than Aaron Hernandez.
I don't
did
think he's
in a
going to
Gator
kill
uniform.
anybody, but you definitely want to keep him away from elementary schools.
Yeah.
He looks like he might be luring people into white vans.
Burnsy would get on a watch
He needs
list.
to shave it. The mustache is not a good
Well,
look.
tune in tomorrow. I think we may have a little something going on the air. So
Okay.
we'll see.
All right, SEC Network is where you'll see that at Chris Doring. Thank you for the time, Chris.
Love being with you guys.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Thank you. We're back in a moment as the show continues, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yes, Precision Sports, our title sponsor here at SEC Media Days. We appreciate everything those guys do for us. And whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Back in a moment from Atlanta, this is The Next Round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Lil Sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Back with you at SEC Media Days from the College Football Hall of Fame, a beautiful facility here. I hope we come back a couple of more times in the near future, have Media Days here in Nashville next year.
Well, I heard some details on some of the stuff they may be trying to do. Greg Sankey kind of teased it on our show, but they're trying to go big in Nashville.
They really
and involve country music and the fans. Maybe not as part of this, but as part of a bigger thing.
Maybe we can talk more about that when we have more time tomorrow. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports and by Wayne's. First, tell us about Precision Sports.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Find a doctor. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
And the great folks at Wayne's with the best offer yet.
Yeah, $100 off that Smart Pass service when you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. That is initial Smart Pass service. You save $100. And you can also visit them at callwaynes.com. Smart Pass, make sure you don't have a rodent infestation. Use the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
All right, audio only here, but a couple of sound bites that have happened around us that are pretty interesting. First, Will Levis, who we couldn't get on live today. We will catch up with him down the road, hopefully on a Zoom interview when he joins us from Lexington. But he was asked about his confidence and how you have to believe that you're the man to be the man. Here's Will Levis.
I think confidence first and foremost. If you don't believe that you're the best, regardless of the realistic situation, then things are only going to go negatively for you. You need to go into every situation thinking that it's going to go your way and that you're the man. And if you don't have that mindset, then something's got to be wrong with you.
So
Something's got to be wrong with you.
So part of the hype is that he is the belief system. You got to believe you're the man to be the man. So I ask you this question though: did he just sort of sound like he's not the man? That it's just all smoke and mirrors to try to make it self-fulfilling prophecy?
This is one of the most fascinating things to me because I watching him last year, I thought he was a pretty good quarterback, the best option they've had in a long time. Never saw him as an elite quarterback. Now he's been put on this pedestal. How did he not beat Sean Clifford out at Penn State?
It's really remarkable because Clifford is a super average quarterback.
Yeah.
And how I don't know if James Franklin, I wonder if he catches, if Levis kills it this year, I wonder if he catches grief the way Kirby does for Justin Fields, because that was, it appears on the surface that Franklin backed the wrong guy.
I was really pulling for Will Levis, and now I'm not so sure.
Why?
He didn't come back.
Well,
I'm kidding.
Arkansas coach Sam Pittman started the day. He had a lot to say on the podium. We carried some of that earlier if you were with us, but he also had a chance to bounce around and do some interviews. He was asked about outside expectations, how they impact him as a football coach.
How's it been different this season where you're actually getting, credit from a lot of people?
I said when I got the head coaching job that the only decisions that I'd make, they would not concern public opinion. That way, if we win as a group, and if we lose, and I get fired because I did it like I wanted to. So, obviously, you can't live in a cave and not hear what people say about you or predictions and all that stuff. But if that's the only driving force that you have, you're gonna lose. So I'm gonna let our football team, myself, drive what we need to accomplish, and if we do, the kids and the coaching staff did a great job. If we don't, I screwed it up.
I like that guy. I mean, it's hard not to like him. I don't know what he's going to do long term there. I know Arkansas fans absolutely adore the guy, but it is hard not to like him.
It really is.
I've got his concert list on who we've seen.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear that. It's got to be heavy country.
Elton John.
That's not country at all.
So
Hey,
you went to see Elton John.
I found an Elton John on Apple Music. I wonder if Rockstar's heard it before. I bet you have. It's a live concert, live concert, obviously, with the Australian Symphony. Have you ever heard that one? It's from like '88.
I have not.
Is it? So you're talking about the entire album?
Yeah, the entire album.
No.
And by the end of the concert, he's had Rockstar, and I bet this happens. He's had to sing so loud over the symphony, he's basically lost his voice by the end of the concert. Like he's trying to do
Goodbye, Yellow Brick.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. He's trying to do Tiny Dancer, and he just cannot hit the notes.
Someone Saved My Life Tonight is one of my favorite songs.
Yeah.
He didn't perform it the one time I saw him.
Are
play.
you serious?
But he never does. But the one time he was in Birmingham, he actually put it on his set list.
So Elton John, he saw Kenny Chesney. He's seen Miranda Lambert, and he's seen ZZ Top.
Oh gosh. Oh.
4 of the concerts he's been to since spring football and SEC.
I mean, I thought
days
ZZ Top, one of the dudes died.
from Dennis Dodd.
Well, you thought Fitzy's dad died too, and you were
No,
wrong.
I'm pretty right on this.
Yeah, one of them did die. I don't know.
Oh, did he? The one with the long beard?
There's 2 guys with long beards. The bassist did.
It was a brown dad joke.
Oh, the twins that were brothers?
I did see Breaking.
Yeah. Oh, I got their names.
I saw the one that doesn't have a beard. His last name is Beard, but I saw the documentary on them. And they started getting famous once they grew the beard out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The Hodge twins, by the way, the name is those twins. I got that about 1,000 times.
Oh, people sent that in?
Yeah.
That's
the
not
Hodge twins.
It's not the ZZ Top guy.
No. This is way back to the trash story.
Shoo.
Shoo.
SEC Media Day being brought to you by Precision Sports, Wayne's, Tommy James Law, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. Final 3 minutes of the show here today. Just some really fun interviews today. I enjoyed our 5 minutes with Kirby Smart more than I should have.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kirby, we've had a relationship with him going back to his days at Alabama, and he's gotten big time now, and I'll give him credit. He still makes time for us when he doesn't have to, so I appreciate that. But I think he's a guy we can have a little fun with.
He wins a second where we're going to get 2 minutes.
I did like the fact that we didn't really talk any football with him, so that was good.
I think those guys get tired of talking about it, and frankly, I do too.
But see, you ended up with, the misrepresented story yesterday that, he told a little bit more of why he thought about resigning, and he said, I never really thought about resigning. It was
that seemed fishy.
Not the whole story.
Yeah, it seemed fishy when you brought that story up.
I'll tell you guys off here.
What? About Kirby resigning?
Just something I've heard.
Okay.
Not resigning anytime soon.
Yeah. Just moving to Tuscaloosa to replace Nick Saban?
No. This is probably out of context.
Okay,
college game day. He's going to be on Chris Doring's 6-on-6 flag football team.
Next James Bond.
Who do you think cuts Kirby's hair?
All right, could you match Kirby Smart, James Bond?
Who cuts Kirby Smart's hair?
Fantastic Sam's. He's got a lot of it, though. I can't say anything.
That's right.
I'm losing mine.
Yeah,
Dr. B.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty good bit, a SEC Network promo if they had Ugga in there, the stuffed Ugga in there cutting his hair. Couldn't do worse.
God.
That's what LT's insinuating.
Well, I know what he's insinuating. You
insinuating
just out said it.
The consistency is what I was talking about.
I would kill for Kirby Smart's hair and his bank account. I enjoyed Chris Doring today. Fitzy was hilarious. And Jim Nagy, hilarious on our set today. Enjoyed them all, didn't you?
Yeah, fantastic day, Jim. We've only got one more of them. Bright and early tomorrow, 8 a.m., boys. 8 a.m. Central start tomorrow.
Yeah, special programming, 8 a.m.
Well,
Central.
I'm looking at the schedule. Tons of Auburn. I got the clock. Tons of Auburn players and coaches coming up in that 8 o'clock hour with us.
That's why we're doing it, and that's why we're in Atlanta. So we'll hear from Brian Harsin and the crew tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
With another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts are eager to offer tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. An MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunn